Sejam todos bem-vindos a mais um bônus ogro com Genshin Impact. Eu sou o Dimitri, vamos nós. Tá aqui terminando a minha... Peraí, calma aí. Tá, eu pensei que eu podia ter feito uma estupidez aqui, mas não fechei a live não. Tá, tô aqui com o mapa interativo e tal. Acho que não vai dar tempo, mas eu vou estar fazendo o que aqui? Vou estar fazendo o término da missão. Eu espero que eu consiga terminar em 2 horas e 5 minutos. A missão lá do Prison Break, não, pera, não é isso não. Ah, lá, ó, o proscrito escondido em plena vista. Embora você tenha encontrado um rosto familiar, você não descobriu nenhuma pista sobre Shine. Até o momento, será que você não viu algo escondido na plena vista? Beleza. É investigação na prisão, né? Basicamente é isso. Ok, vamos lá. Tenho que ir aqui, então aqui é o melhor lugar, que era pra ir dormir. Cerrei ontem nessa parte. Então, se der certo, eu termino aqui de explorar essa missãozinha e começo a explorar o mapa, porque amanhã tem evento, né? Como eu falei, dessa vez na 4.1 eu vou fazer diferente. Eu não vou fazer o bagulho temático e tal. Eu sei que não é melhor. O melhor é fazer do jeito que eu faço. Tipo, fazer um dia temático do evento e tal. Mas a Roncoverse não gosta. Tipo, ela separa as coisas em parte. Então eu vou jogar em parte. Fazer o quê? Tipo, é uma pena, mas... Vamos lá. Eu tô mutado não, né? Não. Beleza, tá. Pera. Tá, pronto. Agora eu coloquei a renera principal como... Ah, enfim. Você tem que cuidar da live, né? Dormir.
Oh, you want to stop investigating and go rest?
É o plano. É hora de descansar.
Okay, you should rest up. We'll be back at it tomorrow.
Beleza. Aparentemente passou 6 dias no jogo, né?
Straight, we got some strange meat in our lunch. What was that all about? Has our investigation turned up anything useful recently?
Acho que eu tenho algo, mas infelizmente não é relacionado ao Shine.
Really? Then it looks like that part of the investigation has hit a dead end. Well, we'll keep searching for more clues tomorrow. Good night, traveler.
Beleza. Vai dormir, sexto dia, a gente tem que ficar 45. Será que se eu terminar os 45 dias sem fazer nada, termina? E, tecnicamente eu fiz 6, né?
The dawn of a new day. Paimon feels like we're getting used to life as convicts. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Não, é ruim.
Planned for us.
Tá, vá para o ringue de pancreas. Tá, o jogo tá falando pra fazer isso, eu vou para o ringue de pancreas, beleza. É uma boa dica, né? Mas é o que eu queria fazer. Que bom. O que você precisa fazer hoje? Vá trabalhar na área de produção. Vamos usar alguns cupons para tirar uma folga. Né? Não acho que há mais pistas para serem encontradas aqui. Talvez eles devessem trabalhar na área de produção mais frequentemente e tentar descobrir algo inesperado. Ah, tá. Vamos trabalhar na área de produção, beleza.
After working here so long, we're really starting to get the hang of it. But doing the same thing all the time can get old pretty quickly. How are you holding up?
Então, eu queria ir pro pancreas, mas o jogo não deixou, então, né? É. Pular o processo de trabalho. Pular o processo de trabalho. Ok.
Yeah, it's good to kick back and relax once in a while.
Jogo, qual que é a sua, jogo? De verdade, tipo, ele me obriga a ir e depois diz que não precisa fazer, né? Beleza. Você completa seu trabalho hábil na área de produção. Você termina seu trabalho matinal e vão para o refeitório do cupom.
Whoa! Isn't this the super lucky meal? Looks like hard work really does get rewarded.
Que bom.
Hyman's gonna take her time and savor every bite. What would you like to do this afternoon?
Tá, vamos para o ringue de pancreas. Não tem nem escolha, tá?
Knowing child, he must have been there all the time.
Eu vou direto ou posso fazer as coisas? Porque meio que resetou o dia, né? Então posso vir aqui e catar alguma coisa desse bicho. Cadê? Brian. Adoções, o que eu posso fazer por você? Eu gostaria de refeição social. Entendido. Aproveite. Eu aperto aqui. Procuro o item. Cadê? Aproveitar a hora da refeição pra também pegar outras coisinhas. Que eu ganhei um... O que é isso aqui? Tipo... Café de Bavades estranho. Pô, tem que ser sempre estranho a comida que eu pego. E o Tine da Sorte. Acredite no poder da ceticismo. Eu só ver, essa tirinha da sorte que eu peguei agora. E eu posso colocar isso aqui no chão também. Põe. Tá, calma aí, peraí. Ah, peraí. Calma. Ah, eu devia ter clicado aí. Beleza. Deve estar em missão, né? Cadê? Ah, tá. Um substitui pelo outro, beleza. A tirinha da sorte é pelo dia. Tá, vamos de slime. Ah, deixa eu ver. Beleza, eu boto um aqui, dou um aqui, venho aqui, dou umas tapinhas com ela, o ali, bota outro, pá. Aperto o L, bota pra cá. Beleza. Não! É, vai. Beleza, deu esse negocinho. O petróleo das armas, né? Me trollou, né? Beleza, tá. Saiu o evento? Quando que saiu o evento? Agora, mas... Então, hoje eu vou fazer a missão, né? Que eu não consegui fazer ontem, né? Então, talvez eu comece amanhã o evento. Ou talvez hoje. Vai depender de quanto tempo demora essa missão aqui. São meio-dia, no caso, então, né? Ok. Tá. Se tivesse conseguido começar antes, né? Porque agora são meio-dia e 1, né? Mas não consegui. Mas enfim, como eu falei, é hora de comer, né? Tipo, o jogo me deu aquela comida estranha lá, eu vou comer ela, vai que faz alguma diferença. E também porque eu não quero comida estranha no meu inventário, né? Tipo... Cadê? Deixa eu achar aqui o prato. Bota com o negócio de novo. Aqui, beleza. Come. Usar mesmo assim. Beleza. Bom. Tá, e agora é hora de comer gemas, né? Olha aqui. Então eu esqueci de pegar ontem, né? Então teve aqui isso aqui, que é pra participar. O que é isso aqui? Disponível. Ah, evento web, ok. Tem um evento web, beleza. Tá, isso aqui é o evento do aniversário, né? 400 gemas aqui. Aqui veio o bebezinho molusco, que é um pet, né? E agradecimento. Caro viajante, agradecemos pelo seu apoio e carinho contínuo por Genshin Impact. Cada passo nessa jornada ao seu lado tem sido maravilhoso. Gostaria de enviar este presente como uma forma de agradecimento a você. Que o continente de Tevat lhe traga ainda mais alegria e felicidade no futuro. Humilde, humilde. Uma conversa, humilde, humilde. Eu tenho que começar a falar uma conversa, não me enrolho. Mas beleza, vamos lá. 400 gemas. Aí tem aqui 20 do check-up. Check-in diário. Esse aqui que é o padrão do check-in diário. Esse aqui eu não precisava mexer, eu esqueci de pegar. E tem aqui, cadê, ó? Quando o jogo atualizou, né, ele deu 300, que eu esqueci de pegar. Quando o jogo atualizou, ele deu também 300, que eu esqueci de pegar, né? Uma é por bug e outra é para manutenção. Teve o evento da Twitch, né? Que me deu aqui mais 1.100, né? Tipo, beleza. 800 mais 300, olha que bonito. Eu não peguei menos, né? Mas beleza, tá. E aqui é dia do aniversário da Ayaka, beleza, beleza. Isso aqui pra depois eu mexer. Se eu não esquecer. Tá, ok. Conquista aqui, eu esqueci também de pegar a conquista de ontem. Que foi Sonho Vicarious. Veja o que Shine experienciou de perspectiva dele em um sonho. Então, né? Agora eu tenho 1000 conquistas exatas. Olha que bonito, olha que beleza, enfim. E de gema eu subi para 81.140. E o Mobilete fala, oi, você precisa de um dragão de patinete, hein? Um dia. Ele até me fez pensar em isso aqui, ó. Então, né? Então. Isso aqui não existe, né? Banha de arma no Game Park não existe, mas deu assim a vontade, assim. Aí eu pensei, pra eu ir ali eu tenho que estar disposto a gastar 240. Eu não sei se eu tô disposto. Eu sei que hoje eu não tô disposto, então, né? Vamos lá. Cadê? Inclusive, como eu falei, talvez tenha um modo zoeira hoje, né? Eu quero explorar o mapa, né? É que saiu uma missão extra. Vai me atazanar, né? Caramba. Vamos ver, né? Eu não vou duvidar do jogo, não. Eu tô aqui há um tempo. Tá. Ok, bom saber que eu posso fazer isso, meu, economiza tempo. Mas não era pra fazer, era pra ir no meio, né? Ah, ok, tá. Vamos ver mais diálogos. Não? Não. Ah, você. Clipe.
Oh, you must be the traveler,
Collins,
huh?
na verdade.
Sorry, mate, but competitors as strong as you are prohibited from participating. I don't make the rules, mind you, but I was given very specific instructions. Even convicts value their lives, don't they? I hope you can understand.
Ah, eu acho que o Shine ficou muito triste com isso, então.
But we have a game here that'll let you show off your strength, and you'll even earn some credit coupons in the process. What do you think? Interested?
And if we lose the game, will it cost us credit coupons?
Of course. That's the cruel reality facing every competitor in a place like the Pancration Ring.
Tá bom, eu vou tentar.
Okay, great. Let me walk you through the rules. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they popped up. If you can complete a few rounds in a row with no mistakes, then you'll win credit coupons.
Tá, tem que ser na ordem que aparece. Parece difícil.
But the second you mess up the order, you lose. Game over. The game costs 300 credit coupons to have it go. So, you up for it?
Tá. Claro, estou com cupons bem aqui.
Thanks for your patronage, mate. Now, let the game begin.
Tá, tem que ser a ordem que vai aparecer. Eu sou horrível com isso, né? Beleza, tá. Ah, o alvo surgirão na ordem. Quando a luz da mira ficar azul, você deve atacar os alvos na ordem que eles surgiram. Seguindo. Seguir com sucesso essa ordem 4 vezes concluirá o desafio. Por outro lado, atacar na ordem errada um determinado número de vezes fará com que você falhe. Interromper o desafio manualmente ou sair da área de desafio também fará com que você fracasse. Tá bom. Que bom, foi um texto simples. Não foi olha só, isso aqui é hora, também tem isso aqui. Ah, isso aqui também tem isso aqui. Ok, beleza. Tem que ser na hora. Ah, é aqui. Beleza. Tá, vambora.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said.
Tá. Beleza. Esse texto gigante ali ficou meio tosco, né? Tá. Quê? Perigoso, hein? Perigoso. Tem tarde nessa bosta. Ok, beleza.
Your strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Now I get why you're prohibited from participating in any official fights.
Tem a ver com coisa.
Nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring with you.
Você me lisonjeia. Não poderíamos ter certeza se você não me deixa tentar. Aqui, ó.
However, you two haven't tried betting on the outcome of a Pancration match yet, have you? Just go talk to Rusimov. Buy a ticket for whichever fighter you think will win. There's a big payout if the fighter you support comes out on top.
But we don't know anything about the fighters. How can we possibly know who to support?
That's normal. Just watch a few matches and get a feel for the fighters. It won't be long before you can pick winners in your sleep.
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try? If we have enough coupons, we could probably bet at random until we figure everything out.
Bet at random, huh? Well, how should I put it? It's not like you can't do that, but I'd advise you to give it some more thought first.
Huh?
Porque senão não ganha nada.
We shouldn't get too carried away. What's the problem?
Opa, será que existe uma regra por aqui?
What? Never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? You're not just strong fighters. Seems you're pretty perceptive, too.
Apenas um palpite. A regra secreta é assim que são chamadas, certo?
Might as well tell you about it, since you already know that much. Plus, I think you've got the potential to be one of my greatest customers. I think I can let you in a bid. Besides, I don't want to risk ever losing a customer like you.
Is it that serious?
Okay. The hidden rule here is, if you buy both boxers' tickets and support them both, something bad will happen the next morning.
So the rule is that we shouldn't pick both boxers in the same fight. But if anyone actually did that, wouldn't they be guaranteed to lose coupons? Who would do that anyway? And what do you mean by something bad will happen?
How would I know? Not like I'm stupid enough to do that. But I've heard a story about the rule. According to the rumor, there was a masked boxer who possessed incredible skill and power.
Haha.
None of his opponents even stood a chance against him.
Pra Shine.
However, in the final match, the organizers told him to take off his mask. He refused and never showed up to the fight. And after that, he was never seen again. Some say he died, or that he was taken care of by the event's organizers. But everyone remembers that he was someone who cherished honor
Tá falando do
above all
Shine.
else. In his eyes, supporting both boxers in a match would dishonor the competition itself.
So you mean it's like a curse? He'll take vengeance on anyone who does that?
Você sabe algo sobre ele? Você já viu como ele realmente é?
No, he was always wearing a mask, like he was intentionally trying to hide his identity. I don't even know anything about his past.
Traveler, do you think that boxer was...
Sim, muito obrigado pela informação. Iremos tentar.
Huh? We will?
You're not serious, are you?
Eu estou falando sério.
Look, here I was just trying to be nice and warn you, yet here you are trying to break it on purpose?
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon.
Me parece uma boa pista. Quem não arrisca não petisca. Vou meter de novo o Ken antes no petisca.
Seems you've made up your mind. Just be sure to protect Paimon, okay?
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons. If you have enough, then go ahead and give it a try. Just
Tá, ok, beleza. Tem quantos cupons? Sai do ringue pra cá e retorna pra dormir. Tá.
We woke up so early today that Paimon's been nodding off all afternoon. Good thing it's finally time for bed.
Okay.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to get up. Paimon still feels completely exhausted from yesterday. What do you have planned for us?
Tá, eu vou fazer ele vá até o ringue Pancreas depois de ganhar 3.000 cupons. É isso. O que você planeja fazer agora? Vamos trabalhar na área de produção.
After working here so long, we're really starting to get the hang of it. But doing the same thing all the time...
Eu posso pular, beleza. Mas eu ainda ganho a moeda.
Yeah,
O único é que eu não tenho mais a opção de falhar naquele minigame. Você completa seu trabalho e abriu na área de produção. E termina o seu trabalho matinal e vai ao repertório de cupom, tá? Beleza.
Oh, just a regular meal set. Guess Paimon shouldn't get her hopes up. What would you like to do this afternoon?
Hora de ir para o ringue de Pancreas. Gastar 3.000 cupons.
Sure! If we're not going to work, then let's kill some time at the Pancration Ring.
Are you two here to buy tickets? Better be quick about it. Another match is about to start.
Who are the boxers in the next round?
We have the reigning champ, Le Grappler, versus a contender from the Eastern Prison Block, Demon Horde.
Are those their nicknames, or did they choose those names themselves? Either way, super weird.
Ficou muito estranho,
Since
verdade.
you're new around here, I'll help you out and give you a little suggestion.
Ah,
Even
Paimon
though
me
Le Grappler
representa.
is the crowd favorite, Demon Horde is a first-class dark horse with incredible potential. Anyway, for this match, I recommend that you pick
Vamos comprar os dois lutadores.
Huh? For both fighters? I can tell you're new to this, but I didn't think you were completely clueless. Maybe you don't quite understand the rules, no? Let me try to explain again for you more clearly. You see...
Oh, no need, no need. We're aware that we're going to lose coupons.
Alright then, if you're absolutely sure. Remember, no refunds once you buy the tickets.
Yeah, we got it. Just shut up and take our coupons.
Caraca. Me representou de novo. Ok, tá. Eles saem do ringue de Pancreas e retornam para o dormitório. Eu não vi a luta. Oxi.
Seems we had a productive day. Hope we can make even more progress tomorrow.
Pensei que eu ia ver a luta. Queria ver a luta.
Hey, Traveler, Paimon. Package here for you. The next time you buy something, go pick it up yourself. I'm not a delivery man, you know.
Huh? A package? For us?
A cara do viajante.
Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you go take a look?
Eu não comprei nada, a menos que isso seja.
Ah, right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this package is the bad thing that Colin said would happen. Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Just call Paimon after you opened it. Hey, wait! I'm still here! Don't open it! Ah!
Adoro a Paimon. Não me parece assustador. Mas tem algo meio estranho aqui dentro.
Huh? What is it? Are you okay? Let Paimon take a peek too.
Um frasco, tá?
Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so...
Parece uma poção, né? Alguns boatos dizem que um lutador desapareceu. O líquido de garrafa, obviamente, se parece com sangue.
Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say.
Parece uma poção, mas enfim. Você quer cheirar? Você quer experimentar?
No way! Get that stuff away from Paimon!
Me parece que teremos que investigar. Esse lugar está cheio de conhecimentos estranhos, afinal de contas.
Paimon thinks we shouldn't open the bottle until we figured out what's going on. Just trust Paimon on this one, okay?
Sem o fluido de cor sangue. Poção de cura. O pacote estranho recebido no dia seguinte, depois de violar a regra secreta do ringue de Pancreas. Tá?
What do you have planned for us?
Quero investigar. Se o jogo deixar, eu quero investigar. Cara, eu perdi os 3.000. Putz, você não... Pera. Tu aposta nos dois lutadores 1.500. Você ganha... Era pra você ganhar alguma coisa. Era pra eu ter 1.500... Tipo, de 3.900 eu ganhei 400. Tipo, então você aposta 1.500 e ganha 400, que aposta tosca. Tipo... Muito horrível, mas beleza. Por ganhar 400, era pra eu, né, ganhar menos, né, não perder tanto. Mas enfim, investigar. A gente descobriu com cupons.
It feels nice to slack off a little. Less work means less coupons. Let's make the most of our morning.
Hora de investigar. Tá. Beleza. Pela altitude, os dois são perto, tá. Tem aqui o tutorial do Pancreas, vai me dar uma gema. Tá. Meu Deus, eu quase fui de F aqui, mas beleza. O pior inimigo do jogo ainda continua sendo o mesmo de sempre, o chão. Falei contigo, Fitroy?
In the eyes of His grace, I'm probably just a low.
Ah, falei contigo no outro dia, tá, beleza. Alex.
There's no one here that's anywhere near as strong as what you're describing. Believe me, I'd know if there was.
Não falo com ele não, né, beleza. Só. Pidoc.
Well, have you gotten used to prison life yet?
Não.
Shh. Save the questions for now. I don't like to give away information for no reason, you know.
Ah tá, o cara que queria dar informações, mas tudo bem. Promotor.
If there's no way to send it all out, maybe I'll never get a chance to leave.
Who are you? We've never seen you before, and you don't look like a fellow convict.
I'm not! Of course I'm not. Please, don't mistake me for a criminal. I'm a good, law-abiding citizen.
A gente comeu um bolo e tá aqui, então veja bem.
Here? You sure seem anxious about something.
I'm a promoter for Fontico, and I'm usually responsible
Fonta?
for promoting our drink products. I thought I could complete my task here quickly and return to headquarters, but I've been here way longer than I anticipated.
Oh, a promoter from Fontico? So what kind of problem did you run into?
I'm so upset. It's all because of that Duke. After discussing the company's promotional plans with him, he told me outright that my project was worthless. However, in light of our long history of successful collaboration, I still tried to patiently explain the details. However, to my surprise, he just cut me off while I was speaking. Let me take a moment and recall his exact words. I'm just gonna stop you there and say no. If anything, I'm saving you time. It seems you don't fully understand the value of credit coupons here, nor do you understand the value of your own products. The former is because you are from the overworld. That's understandable, and I don't blame you for that. But as for the latter, only someone monumentally stupid, so breathtakingly stupid, that they were completely ignorant of the value of credit coupons, despite living in the underworld, would ever possibly consider buying your drink. Let's just forget it.
Eita.
Anyway, that's how he rejected my proposal and asked me to come up with another solution with the condition that it doesn't cause any trouble for him. Can you believe that guy?
Well, he is the head honcho here. Not much you can do about that. We met him too and could tell that he's the kind of guy that's hard to pin down.
Fine. I know I should just let it go. I'm on his turf after all. His house, his rules.
Justo. Satisfação com o Duque. O promotor da Fonta está tendo problemas, pois ele não reconhece o verdadeiro valor dos cupons. O Duque acredita que apenas idiotas que não compreendem o valor do cupom iriam gastar com Fonta.
I just don't want to be stuck here forever.
Eu não quero ficar aqui preso pra sempre. Ah, ok, tá, pera aí. Vamos tá pra lá, tem que apertar o B aqui pra olhar o quadrinho de coisitas. Cadê? Aonde? Tá aqui. Tá. Ah, aqui, beleza.
It ruined Paimon's appetite for the whole day. If we were on the surface, Paimon would say we should bury it. But there's no dirt anywhere down here.
Oxe! Enterrar. É, se bem que é sangue, né? Enterra os defuntos, né? Então faz sentido. Ok. Ainda é bom
If we could
pro
replace that
solo.
mean old foreman with Siege, I bet the Fonta promoter would get the value of credit coupons pretty quickly if he had to work every day like us.
Né? Tipo, trabalha o dia pra conseguir cupom e tu vai gastar comprando Fanta. Tipo, claro que vai, né? Tipo. Claro, né? Claro. É que aqui eles não conseguiram demonstrar o quão que seria chato você trabalhar marretando as coisas, né? Tipo. Ia cansar, né? Até querer tomar coisas que fossem revigorantes. Refrigerante não revigora, tipo. Era. Eu posso fazer isso em todos os elevadores, tem que ver se não tem nenhum com alguma coisinha pra pegar. Tipo, beleza. Ok, tá. Vou tentar pegar ali e tem um cara pra falar aqui. Fala com o cara primeiro, né? Primeiro diálogo. Demora mais, inclusive.
Hey, I heard you crazy fools really did it. You bought tickets to support both fighters, didn't ya? Well, did anything happen?
Well, the next day we received a mysterious package, but we still haven't made any sense of the contents.
So it is real. You didn't become cursed or anything like that, did ya? Are you both still okay? Wait. Are you sure that it's still you?
Tecnicamente sou eu que tô
Bodies
controlando,
right
né?
now?
Então não é eles.
Paimon's not sure. What do you think, Traveler? Is Paimon still Paimon?
Só Paimon faria uma pergunta besta dessa. Você está bem, Paimon?
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah, you two don't seem to have changed at all. But I wouldn't let your guard down just yet. Still, I didn't expect you would actually do it. You'd actually throw away coupons like that just to satisfy your curiosity?
Even if we bought tickets like everybody else, it's not like we could hope to earn any coupons.
Né? Por aí, tipo.
When it comes to
400
things
cupons?
like this, it's always the organizer who makes the real profits.
Né?
Hey, just what are you trying to imply? The Pancration Ring is an honest business, and we really don't make much from selling tickets.
Como que não? A gente aposta 1.500 e ganha 400. Vai lamber um ovo. Ou eu, hein? Aliás, 400 escambau, na real, tipo... Pera, mas calma, eu ganhei, eu gastei 3.000. E tinha 9... Não, eu tinha 900 e gastei 3.000. 500, tá. Então, por acertar o lutador, eu ganhei 500. Esse cálculo de qualquer forma não bate. Porque tipo, tu aposta 1.500 e tu acertar o lutador, você ganha 500. Você perde 1.000 de qualquer forma, você sempre perde.
We make so little that even the current tournaments can only be held thanks to funding from the producer of Fanta.
Oh, so it's the company that manufactures Fanta sponsoring the events? Paimon thought all of this was thanks to the Duke's support.
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. They reached out to us first, hoping to promote Fanta products in the fortress of Meropide.
Entendo, isso é uma informação importante.
Anyway, you try and take extra good care of yourselves these next few days, you hear?
Deixa, humilde. Patrocinador do torneio de Pancrid. De acordo com Colin, o torneio de Pancrid apenas acontece após a empresa de Fonta ou patrocinar. A empresa também deve querer um retorno do seu investimento. Não me teleporta. Ok, beleza. Obrigado. Quero falar com o cara antes. Ver o ringue para só um pouquinho? Eu queria, mas eu posso? Aqui, não posso. Tchau. Falou.
Hey, what are these papers scattered all over the ground? Are they registration forms or something? Maybe not. Every page has the Fontaco symbol on it. Maybe it's some flyers from the company.
Vamos dar uma olhada antes de que alguém apareça.
Okay. But if someone catches us, they could accuse us of trying to steal the company's secrets, couldn't
Tá
they?
jogado no chão. Do que você está com medo? Nós somos criminosos condenados. Comemos bolo, cara. Para com isso.
Oh,
Mas é verdade.
you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, development of the new product has been slow, and some researchers on the project have voiced concerns. We have no choice but to let the new product undergo the first phase of promotional trials without a designated name or packaging. We will adjust the direction of future development according to feedback. We have decided to only conduct closed, small-scale trials for the time being. Sure doesn't seem like anything unusual. The company is just trying to develop some new products besides Fanta. But it sounds like things aren't going well at all. Let's put put these papers back where we found them and make it look like nobody went through them. Okay, good.
Novo produto de desenvolvimento. Os registros internos da fonte sugerem que eles estão começando os testes de um novo produto, sem nome e sem embalagem. Esse produto precisa passar por um teste, após os próprios funcionários da fonte tinham... O quê? Pois os próprios funcionários da fonte tinham suas dúvidas quanto ao produto. Tá, beleza, calma. Agora... Aqui. Ler.
If we could replace that mean old foreman with Siegeween, then productivity... So Fontico is sponsoring events at the Pancration Ring. Sponsorships cost money, so they gotta be making a profit somehow, right? So Fontico is sponsoring events at the Pancration Ring. Sponsorships cost money, so they gotta be making a profit somehow, right? There'll be a new trial for the new drink. That means we'll be able to try it for free, right?
É verdade. Tá,
It ruined Paimon's appetite for the...
beleza. Dá para de pistas. Aqui eu tenho que subir, né? Então... Não pode ser isso. Se é pra cima só pode ser isso, né? Tá, desço. Aí daqui eu desço pro outro. Comer.
We ended up here without even thinking about it. Wanna grab something to eat?
Vamos terminar por hoje.
Alright, but remember that we bought this time with coupons, so let's make better use of it next time. Whoa! Isn't this the super lucky meal? Looks like hard work really does get rewarded.
Nem trabalhar muito.
Paimon's gonna take her time and savor every bite.
Acho que esse é o 8º dia, inclusive.
What would you like to do this afternoon?
Produção com link de pancreas, vamos investigar. E ver se temos que trabalhar na área, tá? Área de produção ou no ringue de pancreas. O ringue dá mais ponto, né? Vamos para o ringue.
Seems you're really getting the hang of things at the Pancration Ring now. But just playing the same game over and over? It's getting kinda tiring.
Ah, que bom, ok. Pular o processo do jogo.
Yeah, why don't we have Collins lower the difficulty a little? You know, so we can just breeze through each level.
Ok, tá. Você completa o desafio do ringue de pancreas com agilidade.
A mysterious box? A bottle of crimson liquid? Paimon still doesn't know what to make of it. Do you have any ideas,
Pode ser um novo produto da Fonta, né? Você tem alguma ideia, Dimitri? Acho que tem algo, mas infelizmente não é relacionado ao Shine.
Really? Then it looks like that part of the investigation led us nowhere. Well, maybe we'll have better luck tomorrow. Good night, traveler.
Beleza, 9º dia. Eu jurava que isso aqui ia demorar muito mais porque coisas iam acontecer, tá? Conclua os seguintes objetivos durante seu tempo na fortaleza, Meropide, para avançar a história. Procure uma oportunidade para olhar em volta e coletar pistas relacionadas à carne estranha. Tente se mover livremente e coletar pistas sobre o líquido estranho de cor de sangue, tá?
Okay, so we've investigated 2 of the hidden rules. Paimon didn't think this prison would have so many weird things going on. We'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll never get anywhere.
Vamos listar alguns cupons especiais para não trabalhar e poder investigar.
Yeah, let's skip work for now and put our time to good use.
Ok, regra da sociedade, eu não sei o que. Beleza, deixa eu ler isso aí antes de ir pro próximo, tá? Apareceu duas coisas na real aqui. Calma aí, uma coisa de cada vez. Primeiro aqui. Não, pera. 8. Aqui. Tá. Aqui. 1001. Conquista 1001. Regra da sociedade da margem. A margem. Investigue 2 regras da secreta da prisão. Tá, beleza. Voltando aqui, nível 10 aqui, e abrir uma porta para uma certa biblioteca secreta. Uma porta nem tão estreita? Será que isso aqui é coisa de missão? Ou talvez isso aqui é para a missão lá da outra, eu não sei. Aí, né? Tá aqui, depois tem que descobrir que diabo é esse aqui. Com o nome eu devo achar. E o outro é da estátua, né? Em busca do templo perdido, alcança nível 10 de reputação infantil. Dos objetivos aí extra pra eu fazer depois, né? Tá. Aqui liberou alguma coisa. Acho que foi expedição? Expedição, beleza. Então calma aí, pera. L. Aqui. Aperto C pra olhar o XP dela. Tá ali no 9, tá, beleza. Vem aqui, acabou com o nome. De gato aqui. 40, 240, é. C. Tá. Ok. Gastar no diário. Gastar resina ainda. Eu não tinha nada que tinha pra fazer. Apareceu missões aqui. Pediram na profundeza e também deve ter aqui. Cadê, ó? Comédia incompleta. Nem tinha aparecido antes, na verdade. Cadê? O que é isso aqui? Guarda missão está ocupado por outra missão. Verifique os detalhes. O que é isso aqui, tipo? Tem tempo disso aqui? Jogo de rico. Chegaram na Fortaleza Merapit, tá? Tá ocupado por outra missão. Verifique os detalhes depois, tá? Beleza. Eu não sei o que é esse, tem tempo? Colheita radiante, de causa e efeito. Nas margens do porto de Marinho, um comerciante chamado Kaiden parece estar tendo problemas. Talvez eu faça isso aqui hoje, talvez. Isso aí não é garantido, não. Ela liberou uma outra aqui, tipo. E essa aqui meio que não tá. Instituto de Pesquisa de Fonta. De Fontaine. Que é isso? Instituto de Pesquisa de Fontaine. Estagnado nos destroços. Derrota os inimigos. Após um processo de incrivelmente complicado, você aceita uma missão relacionada ao Instituto de Pesquisa de Fontaine. Mas antes de oficialmente começar, você precisa passar por uma avaliação final. Ué, por que eu deveria essa missão aqui? Eu, hein? Acho que a minha agora tá deixando algumas missões na nossa paleta, né? Isso é bom. Cadê? Eu ainda tenho que ver como é que eu faço pra fazer a missão final lá da Mary Luke lá. Caramba, nunca lembro o nome dela, tipo. Que é a missão do cachorro robô. Que eu também não lembrei o nome dele. Sigmor. Lembrei. Tá. Perdido nas profundezas do oceano. Você está investigando as regras secretas da Fortaleza Meropide. Parece ter conseguido várias pistas sobre Shire. Você tem certeza de que essa viagem não terá sido em vão. Beleza, tá. E isso aqui, né? Sabe o evento? Só que o evento não... Foi uma parte da missão, que não é, né? Porque deu gema, então deve ter outra parte com... Eu sei lá, na real.
Hey, isn't that Vidok over there? Huh. Is it just Paimon or are there fewer people than usual here today?
Verdade, né? Tomara dos NPCs lá que sumiu.
Seeing you at this time must mean you've already saved up a lot of credit coupons. Or at least enough to skip work. Seems you're getting into the swing of things around here.
Estamos nos virando. Meu objetivo é conseguir o título de Duque. Vou botar isso aqui.
Impressive. Very impressive.
So, now can you tell us about the hidden rules you know?
If that's what you want to know, I guess you couldn't have come at a better time.
Huh? What do you mean it's a good
Ele
time?
quer cupom, ué.
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone. I wouldn't want them listening in without paying up.
We get it. Just tell us already.
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever, ever go near them at night. Even if you manage to avoid the guards, you might find something even more terrible there.
Something even more terrible? Like what?
A group of cannibals.
Nani?
Cannibals? In the Fortress of Meripede?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has it they might be connected to the people that have disappeared here. But what's even scarier is that they have a special proclivity. Since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains, they have ways to transform them into other forms and keep them in the fortress forever.
Paimon might already know what you mean by other forms. So that's what's going on here. Oh, Paimon's stomach doesn't feel so good.
Pô, mas carne roxa? Não faz sentido. É, isso é realmente verdade? Talvez o que vimos não esteja relacionado aos canibais.
You two look pretty skeptical. No matter. Learning the truth behind dark secrets isn't necessarily a good thing. I've got things to do too. I suggest you just act like I never told you anything.
Eu não gostei nada. Ok.
Traveler, can we just trust him on this one? Oh, Paimon doesn't want her blood and flesh entombed here for all eternity?
Quer conservar. Conservem. Não quer que conserve, tá? Mesmo que seja verdade, você realmente acha que canibais conseguiriam me derrotar?
Oh, so that's how you see the situation. Huh. You know, Paimon does feel a little better about it now.
Né? Eles iam comer uma espada na orelha, enfim. Muito bem, então assim como antes. Vamos investigar mais uma regra oculta.
When will all the secrets end?
Sei lá. Cheio de curiosidade, você e Palma almoçam para investigar, não sei, droga. Tá, onde é que eu tô? Eu te investigo novamente, beleza.
Vidok isn't here. But the guys who went to work in the morning are back. Let's go ask them.
Poieri. E aí, Poieri?
Just stay away from me.
Oxe. Palhaço.
Just stay.
Meto bom, hein? Eu, hein? Alex.
What? What are you saying? You shouldn't go around saying stuff like that.
Tá bom, né? Ah, o Birro ouviu, né? Sem diálogos
What are you
demonhados.
talking about? Listen, you should keep your nose out of other people's business.
Acho que eu encontrei os três canibais.
Their
Beleza.
attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us.
É bem óbvio que eles estão escondendo algo. Será que eles estão ligados aos canibais?
If they're being so obvious about acting weirdly, do you think they might just be trying to lure us in? Oh, this
Sei
is
lá.
all getting way too creepy for Paimon.
Vamos ver isso de uma perspectiva diferente. Provavelmente não vamos conseguir nada com eles. Vamos ver isso de uma perspectiva diferente.
So you mean we still need to investigate some more? Okay, if you say so.
Ok, pergunte ao guarda no dormitório, beleza. Você guarda no dormitório e teleporta aqui, que né, mais rápido. Não. Não é pra botar ponto. É pra teleportar, mas tudo bem. Eu sabia que ia começar a suar. Ah, calor voltou, né? É isso, né? O sol nasceu e falou: queimem seus putos! É tipo isso aí, né? Infelizmente é o som dos putos, né? Aí é isso, né? Tá. E aí, feijoada?
Hello, Fielding.
Fielding, tá bom, Fielding.
What do you want? Criminals like you ought to be working right now. Catch my drift.
We just want to ask you a simple question. Have you ever discovered anything odd during your nighttime patrols?
Why are you asking about something like that? Whatever happens at night isn't your concern. All you need to worry about is getting enough sleep.
Well,
Sabe, às vezes, ouvimos sons estranhos durante a noite.
right. We've heard it happens a few times every month. Paimon has sensitive ears, so it makes it hard to sleep.
Todos os meses? A gente tá aqui há meses?
Really? I see. But it's not like I'm on duty every night. And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before. They say that strange things tend to happen at night on pipe cleaning days. Lots of us don't willingly take those shifts.
So, what happens at night on pipe cleaning days?
And they just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facilities. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month, and it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to confirm the sounds tonight if you want, and if they're real, then I can report the issue to my superiors for you.
Ah, ele tá jogando o trabalho dele nas minhas costas, ok. Aí isso me ajuda e me permite passar pra onde eu quero passar, então tá tudo certo.
Oh, okay. Then we'll keep both ears out tonight.
Now, if that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything funny, though. Even if I'm not on duty tonight, someone will still be watching you.
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned?
Esses devem ser os dias que os canibais estão ativos. Mas também pode não ter nada, apenas nos... Não ser nada, apenas os canos sendo limpos. É, mas vou botar no cima, pode ser.
Right, both are a possibility. But Fielding did say that tonight is a cleaning night.
Não há motivo para não descobrirmos... Não há motivo para não descobrirmos a verdade por conta própria.
Paimon knew you would say that. Alright, sounds like we'll be up all night tonight then. Paimon just hopes the guards don't catch us.
Tá. Ok. Leu a carta aqui não, né? Não.
Oh, Paimon's so tired. But we can't sleep yet. They'll be cleaning the pipes tonight, so it's the perfect chance for us to investigate.
Se perdemos nossa chance, hoje vai demorar muito tempo para podermos tentar de novo.
Whatever. Just be sure to wake Paimon if she dozes off. Paimon's worried something might happen if you go alone. Huh? Traveler? Did you fall asleep already?
Ah, não! Tá, de novo Shine. Correndo. Agora tu tá ouvindo eles? Acho que é a câmera, na verdade. Está me chamando, preciso ir.
Traveler, come on, wake up!
Eu vi Shine em meu sonho de novo.
Oh, it looks like you were just peacefully sleeping to Paimon. Well, what did you see this time?
Investigar os... Investigar os canos hoje à noite é a escolha certa. Charlie escapou pela tubulação. Investigar os canos hoje à noite é a escolha certa. Escapou pela ventilação, você é maluco?
So we're finally starting to figure out what actually happened. But what about the cannibals? How do you explain them?
Tenho certeza de que descobriremos logo.
Okay, well it's about time for us to get moving. Just be careful to avoid the patrolling guards.
Não gostei. Ah, não, não posso teleportar direto, que bosta, tá bom, beleza. Tá, ou não, né? Ok, beleza, tem que ir ali. Tá, então... Se bem que não, pera. Eu já tô em cima, eu tô no lugar certo, só preciso ir pra cá. Tipo.
Careful! We'll get in trouble if the guards catch us.
O problema é que eu não lembro onde é que é a entrada.
Not this way. We need to get to that pipe, remember?
Tem um guarda ali, pô. Se eu passar por aquele, você... Ah... Ele tá me vendo, mas tudo bem, não tá vendo. Tô longe, é isso, ele é cego, é cegueta. Tipo. Aonde estão os canos? Tá, caralho, mas... Os guardas estão parados, tá mais de boas. Vá pra onde estão os canos. Tá bom, beleza. Pera, eu voltei pra onde eu tava. Meu ovo.
Careful! We'll get in trouble if the...
Ah, que saca, hein? Oh.
Uh-oh! They spotted us!
Que vira o quê? Eu pulei no mesmíssimo lugar e o bicho me viu. Saco, hein? O problema é que não existe recurso no jogo suficiente pra isso aqui ser bom, na real. Isso é um sério problema. Inclusive é pra tu ver. Pra saber onde eu tenho que ir. Essa bosta. Tipo. Precisava de um arco pra poder olhar. Vou dar uma porrada na cabeça do guarda também. Serve também. Tipo.
Hey, not this way. We need to get to that pipe, remember?
Ô jogo, tá me sacaneando, jogo? Como que não é por aqui o jogo débil mental, tipo?
This should be the place.
Eu, hein, jogo retardado, eu tô indo na direção, não é por aí não, né? Quando eu fui pro lado errado, o jogo falou, de boas, aí mesmo. Já fiquei pistola já, meu Deus.
I know you. You were the ones we saw.
Huh. You've got guts showing up here. You know who we are, right?
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming here to save you.
Dica de teatrinho.
What'd you say?
Todos esses boatos sobre canibais e regras secretas quando vocês se espalharam, não é? Não foi?
Yeah, so what if they were? If you push us, we can make those rumors a reality at any time.
Hey, what's the point of all those rumors anyway? What exactly are you trying to do?
I don't have to tell you anything. If you turn around, go back to the dormitories, and act like you never saw anything, then I'll pretend that you never showed up here.
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here.
A Augusto tá me chamando. Preciso ir. A Augusto tá me chamando, preciso ir. Preciso ir.
Huh? What did you say?
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he left?
Hey, do you know our boss?
Chá de Tartalha, dos mensageiros fatuides, né?
Oh, we had no idea our boss was such a big deal. He always kept his identity a secret. So, did he have you come here to find us?
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no problem fitting in.
Só um amigo dele. Viemos para descobrir o que aconteceu com ele.
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left that night. So unless he somehow told you those exact same words after that... All right. I guess that's proof enough for me. I believe you.
Wow,
It's
those
not...
dreams of yours sure come in handy.
We gave him the business for a while, and would always give him a hard time when he first came to the Fortress of Maripede.
Ah, então foi amassado. Então não foi... Ele não fingiu, é isso, ok.
But here in the fortress, the strong will always earn respect. He was working the longest hours and racking up wins in the Pancration Ring. You could always see how amazing he was, even when he was teaching us a lesson. So eventually, we all decided to follow him.
But one day, he suddenly told us that he had to find a way to escape this place, no matter the cost. He said it was because he heard that call again. And as his crew, if the boss wants something, then it's our job to get it done.
E voltando para a missão onde o Shard falou disso a primeira vez, quando ele caiu no buraco e despertou a visão, ele tinha ouvido um grito. Um grito não. Um chamado, né? Aí abriu o buraco e ele caiu. Depois, quando ele voltou no lugar, não tinha mais buraco. Basicamente é isso.
So, we got to work and use the hidden rules that were here to make up and spread the rumor about the cannibal rule. We just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night after the pipes had been cleaned.
Oh, thanks to your rumor, nobody would want to come anywhere near here, prisoner or guard. Wow, it sure is easy to exploit people's fear of the unknown. But has a child already escaped? Why are you all still coming here after pipe cleaning day?
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went into isn't actually an exit. It should be a dead end. It leads to an abandoned factory area, and even if there were a way to escape from there into the sea, we're still way too deep. No one could ever reach the surface alive. But Boss still insisted on going in. It's like he was obsessed about it. So we told him that we'd pretend as if he never existed while he was gone. And that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a pipe cleaning day. That way, we could meet him here and help cover the whole thing up.
So you come and wait here through the night a few times a month just because of that promise?
Yeah, but it's been so long now. We already know in our hearts that he must have managed to escape somehow.
Quanto tempo teve de uma missão pra outra, na real?
Is it also possible that something unfortunate happened to him?
Porque na história a gente ficou lá fazendo um monte de nadas, né? Tipo, ok, né? Beleza.
Nothing could ever defeat Boss or slow him down. It's one thing we know for sure.
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming possibilities.
Poderia nos levar até lá? Queremos ir ao local onde ele saiu.
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
Eles vão levar no lugar onde eu queria ir, né? Tipo, a gente não podia porque tinha uma guarda lá enchendo o saco. Tipo. Tem um monte de pesca aqui em cima.
The way up from here has been sealed off. It's impossible to get through. Boss left by going down from here. It wasn't full of water at the time. Later, we came back hoping to have a look. That's when we found out it had been completely flooded. It's impossible to navigate unless you're an extremely skilled diver.
Do you think Child got trapped by the water?
Not likely. We all know that Boss was an incredible swimmer.
Eu conheço um bom mergulhador.
Really? Then have him come investigate. Pronto. Just be sure to tell us if you get any news about Boss.
It's getting late. We should leave before the guards come this way.
Yeah, we learned a lot about what happened to Child here. Let's get going.
Mas por que eu não mergulho? Por que eu tenho que ir atrás do Terminete que o outro disse que tava aqui? Ah, cara. Ai, tá, burocracia desnecessária. É só eu pular naquele buraco lá e descer e é isso, né? Mas beleza, tá. Inclusive, deixa eu tirar aqui, ó. Podia botar o time gel, mas não é.
We finally learned some key information. Seems all of our investigative work has finally started to pay off. When you said you knew a diver, you were talking about Fremine, right? If we ask Linny, he'll definitely have Fremine help us. Ugh. Why is Child like this? What was he doing going into the pipes? Not making our jobs easier, that's for sure. Fortunately, though, it seems like it's only a matter of time now before we find out what really happened. Now that we can finally relax, I'm starting to feel super sleepy. Let's try to get some rest while we still can. Night.
Noite, mano. Uma das estrelas brilhantes da profundeza. Missão concluída. Acabou?
It's morning already. Paimon still needs more sleep.
Vamos usar alguns cupons para pular nosso trabalho no turno de amanhã. Vamos tirar uma amanhã de folga.
Huh? Wait, look over there. Isn't that? It's one of Linny's cards.
Você tem razão. Já faz um tempo desde que falamos com ele.
Let Paimon
Tem
see what's written on it.
um barco. Deixa eu ver se ajuda, né?
Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. Everyone has the day off today, which makes it the perfect time to do some investigating. It's been a while since we last talked. Have you been making any progress lately? Let's meet at our usual spot in the factory area before lunchtime. I have new information. Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day off. From the sound of it, Lenny's been making progress with his investigation. Wonder what he's discovered. We still have some time before we meet up. Let's talk with the people here for a bit more before we go.
Ok. Aproximação do capítulo. Capítulo 4, ato 4. Aproximação do Apocalipse. Tá. Aproximação do Apocalipse, caramba. Na lama do não sei o que. Na lama da profundeza 3, tá. O jogo tá ali, pum, quest, pum, quest, pum, quest. Meu Deus, tá. Tá, o dia de folga final chegou. O dia de folga finalmente chegou. Essa vai ser uma ótima chance para descobrir alguma informação. Você e Paimon pensam em agir e procurar por pistas na fortaleza de Meropide. A lama das profundezas. Beleza, tá. Então, acabou uma missão, continua, abriu outra, tá. Quer dizer que eu ganhei um aqui, né? Uma de estrelas brilhantes da profundeza. Beleza. Aqui, pá, um desse, foi a 32. A aproximação do Apocalipse é a próxima, 4-4, beleza. Então, lendária incompleta. Que saiu nova, né? Instituição de pesquisa, outra missão que apareceu do nada aqui. Tem também o cara lá que eu encontrei no meio do caminho quando fui abrir a estátua. Será que é essa? Tipo, não sei.
Manthus wine.
Eu sei que de qualquer forma eu quero explorar o mapa, na real. Não quero ficar fazendo missão, não. Explorar o mapa que me faz, é o que diverte no jogo, como diria o meu eu do primeiro dia de jogo. Aqui, tá. Eu li a missão. Não sei. Desfaz já, já. Mas se rodou quer dizer que vai demorar mais um longo tempo, né? Vamos ver até onde eu consigo ir, né? É isso, né? Beleza.
Look, there are some people talking over there. Let's listen in on the conversation.
Que você é fuxiqueiro, mulher?
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of aristocrats. Do any of them give half a hoot about a bunch of dogs like us?
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm no dog.
Oh, you
Falou
think you're
gritando, tá
special
surdo?
or something? If you're here, then you're just a convict like the rest of us. I've heard that even if you're released after serving your sentence, going back to life on the surface ain't any better. Once a criminal, always a criminal. We're marked for life.
I don't buy that.
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from nothing?
What kind of filthy bilgewater are you spewing? I have family up there. You best shut your sewer hole with talk like that. Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? I've heard that you can still stay here and work even after you've served your sentence. Not bad if you ask me. Who wants to live in the ruddy overworld anyway?
Hã?
And what makes you think they want to hire someone like you? That's one of the great mysteries of the universe, how someone as useless as you is so confident.
Olha lá.
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the overworld. Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. Is it only something the inmates down here say?
Você tá certo, é normal que prisioneiros se sintam assim. Está certo.
That's true.
Ai, ok, tá. Já bateu um desânimo aí, na real devia ter ignorado essa missão principal e ido olhar o mapa, né? Devia. Então, mas que é uma, é duas, né? Tipo,
There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you two? Why'd you come over all of a sudden?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking about something private.
What's the matter? They're just looking to join in on our fun, that's all.
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Yeah, fine. You're lucky we don't mind extroverts that much.
obrigado, vocês são gente fina.
You hear that, Quisto? What nice!
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right? But before that, it just so happens that I know you two.
Really? Are we that famous?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it. Word has it that you also caused quite the kerfuffle.
Realmente, ó, foi só um errinho, cara, que bosta.
Little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it. You see, people with a good attitude can join our group anytime, unlike some of the others here.
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry, we're not playing with bombs or anything. It's just that our information is always so explosive, and we blow minds on the regular.
So, you two really like to gossip? You two know how to embellish.
São bem
No, you don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, Knowing who's working with whom, who has the latest rumors, who's not getting along. Wouldn't you like to know all that?
Não. Claro, queremos ficar por dentro. Ó, pelos arcontes, me conta tudo. Ah, eu não quero não, jogo, mas beleza. É. Claro que queremos ficar por dentro é ruim. Mas, ó, pelos arcontes, me conte tudo. Nossa.
All this info's worth
Broderick, isso
something,
aí.
you know? You should prove you're worthy of it.
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just play nice and say something to massage his ego. The welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
A gente comeu uma refeição incrível de graça recentemente.
Right, right. That meal we had yesterday was super delicious. Paimon can still taste it whenever she closes her eyes.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those welfare meals. I've been working as a kitchen assistant for about a month and a half now.
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious steaks. Amazing. You could be a professional chef.
You are correct. I am a true professional. In fact, I even went to culinary school. But enough about that.
Tá, até fiz gastronomia na escola, mas não traduziram assim, mas beleza.
Since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen carefully. This little bombshell will help you learn what's really going on here in the fortress.
Não, o Lavroso piscou pra mim. Parece que ele está dizendo não fique irritado. Ele é um cara legal.
Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The overworlders couldn't care less about us down here. We're basically dogs to them. You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Risley. He knows more than you think. And if he doesn't care about something, then he often doesn't bother dealing with it.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks. Even better treatment in the infirmary.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right? I don't think there's anything useful about him at all. Why does he visit the infirmary practically every day? Is it normal for anyone to be going in and out of there so often? If you ask me, he's just faking it to get out of work.
But did you know that Jurier was a talented researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute before he came here? There's no denying that.
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Once you're in the fortress of Meripede, you're just another inmate like everybody else.
Eu sabia voar, é muito bom. Mas aí, se ele soubesse voar, eu tenho interesse, né? Ensina aí. Não interessa. Interessante. De acordo com o Yuzutsu, alguém chama Juriel vive na enfermaria. Tenho que lembrar disso.
Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by the corridor with Lorvine. I also heard they started arguing in the library and got into a fight, right? Guess that's just how terrible of a guy he is.
You mean he hit a woman? Wow, I never imagined he was that bad.
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and she also got sent to the infirmary. Come to think of it, I always see her going to the sick bay every couple of days, too.
Wait a second. You don't think?
Do you think could it be that they're secretly meeting there to go on dates? But it's really hard to imagine.
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Jurier to a pulp that one time. And we might be overthinking things.
Então Juriel teve um confronto com uma garota chamada Luvene, que também visita frequentemente a enfermaria. Vou lembrar disso também. Ok.
Is it really all right for us to talk about people behind their backs like this?
That's just how it goes. Good gossip is still gossip.
Meu Deus.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But wait, we're not just gossiping. This is legit information we're discussing here, right?
Meu Deus. Ai, ok. Já comecei a desgostar dessa missão, mas tudo bem. Ela é longa, faz sentido ela ser longa, mas é tipo... Né, porque o jogo falou 45 dias, eu senti uma leve dor, na real, mas beleza. Acho que não vai ter uma versão Mayumi, a versão Jet, a versão Hana. A missão principal vai ser a versão Hana. O que é melhor porque tem voz, né? Não tem dublagem, então não ajuda.
Hey, you over there?
Quem é?
Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
Até aqui embaixo tem gente jogando isso. Até aqui embaixo tem gente jogando isso.
You TCG players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up everywhere.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow Invocation aficionados? Anyway, care to join me for a game?
Não, valeu, estou ocupado com outra coisa.
Alright. No pressure.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a place like this? Don't people usually come here to fight?
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing punches, it's all a competition, isn't it? It's all the same in my eyes. There are lots of card players here in the
Eu
fortress.
até entendo, mas não esse jogo de carta. Esse jogo de carta é bem paia.
Hey, even outsiders from other nations play cards. So I came over to say hi.
Você se importaria em conversar um pouco com a gente?
Sure.
Aí, vamos jogar um jogo de carta.
Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex your seniority a little bit, right? Maybe you could start by telling us newcomers some stories about this place.
I thought you would have already heard everything by now. Alright then, did you have anything specific in mind? Or do you want me to just pick a topic?
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know if we've heard it already.
Alright. Have you heard any strange rumors since you've arrived?
Sim.
Then, did you know that there are some people who are always gossiping over in the corner?
Sim. Quer dizer, Christophe e Lavex?
Yeah, so you've already met those two. They're quite a pair. They always keep an eye out for the latest happenings and gossip about everything. I've never seen anyone with more time on their hands. I heard that they used to be a chef and a bartender before they were sent down here. You know how bartenders are, always chatting with customers. And chefs love to pass the time just hanging out when they're not cooking.
É, sei lá.
Good to know. Do you have anything else to tell us?
Let me think. Sounds like you want to hear something a little more tantalizing. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress of Meripede before?
Huh? Wait, are you serious?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like you and me. Seems he was exiled here for committing some crime. Who knows how he ended up rising up to become the warden, though. To go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole place? I'm not gonna lie, I kinda respect that.
Falando nisso, você sabe algo sobre Zona Proibida?
A forbidden zone? Sounds like something that someone just made up. I've never heard of that. Where did you hear about it?
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if you've never heard of it. Do you have anything else you can tell us?
Anything else? Not that I can think of, but I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting I hear next time. You'll have to play a game of Genius Invocation with me first, though.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to the card he left us, we should go meet him in the production zone.
See you later. Hey, let's play a game if you ever have time.
Tá, ok. Se eu lembrar, a gente joga. Mas eu já enchi o saco dessa missão. Eu só pulei no ali embaixo? Ah tá, aqui tá, beleza, na cantina. Aí embaixo mesmo. Ok. Vai ser eu vou descer, que sobe, tá? Ok. Ah. Eu tô fazendo essas rotas de artefato, né? Caraca, que desgraça. Acho que esse aqui é o elevador que trouxe pra cá, talvez. Demorou demais a voltar. Lugar de sempre, consigo chegar lá rápido? Não, né? Devia ter subido pra parede que era mais rápido, né? Beleza. Essa é aquela hora onde dói o pâncreas. Eu queria muito pra caramba a função de super pulo, né? Pular, jogar um gancho pra cima, nossa. Uma das coisas mais legais do tal é essa, tipo. Ah, tem que subir ali, o mochila jato, Homem-Aranha. Tipo, é isso, tipo. Inclusive eu podia, né, descer voando pra ver se tem alguma coisa aqui, né? Tipo. Agora eu sei que eu posso burlar o elevador, né? Tipo. A parte que tinha um bug eu não peguei, tem que ver, sei lá. Dois.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Uma coisinha assim.
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boatload of information.
Oh, as expected of the legendary duo, you have my full and undivided attention.
Você resume suas descobertas ao Lenei.
I'd have never guessed that myself. The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable after all, and Master Child probably went missing because he found a way out. He is a harbinger after all. I suppose he's much more resourceful than I initially gave him credit for. Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. We need to find out Master Child's exact whereabouts. Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons. His agenda might be linked to his disappearance.
Sua maior prioridade agora é encontrá-lo.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional diving skills to chase after him.
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine would be up to the task.
Podia só ser eu, mas tudo bem.
Bingo! Is he around?
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later.
Sim, por favor, estamos contando com você.
It's the least I can do. We're all in this together, so it's only fair for us to fulfill our end of the bargain. Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to collect all this information right under Risley's watchful eyes.
Collecting information has always been our strong point.
É, isso não é bom, isso não é um elogio.
Now, let me think. To find out more information, Fremine will have to retrace Master Child's original route. And if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now. And after that, he'll probably take another 2 or 3 days to return.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get back?
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other's capabilities like the backs of our hands. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick up Fremine while we're at it, too.
Certo.
Oh, and there's just one last thing we'd like your help with. Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremine's report on Master Child's whereabouts, we still need to make more progress on the investigation of the Forbidden Zone. Fremine's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll need to spend some time helping Fremine prepare for his diving mission. So, you are the only ones we can count on.
What do you want us to do? Will it be hard?
Well, I won't call it easy per se, but I think you'll be able to pull it off. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirmary and investigate the room and environs. You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier, so it probably has something to do with the secret we're hoping to uncover. You've already met the head nurse, so she'll be less suspicious of you. Investigate the internal structure of the infirmary and any active dealings within, and pass those on to me alongside anything else you're able to discover. But also, there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first.
Parece ótimo, daria meu melhor. Você só disse isso pois eu sou um amador. Isso é ótimo, daria meu melhor.
My apologies, I just started rambling out of habit. It was almost as if I was talking to my younger brother.
But that's not a bad thing, right?
Mas e se eu for o irmão mais velho? Haha, gostei mais dessa.
Alright, then we'll head out as soon as we finish our prep.
Let's go our separate ways for now then. Don't forget, we meet here again in 9 days. Stay safe.
Tá bom, me cuido, beleza, tá. Quer dizer que realmente passou após se preparar com o pai e irmão, você se aproxima da enfermaria. Desculpa estar passando perto de que ele se tá passando mal, sei lá, eu não sei, não entendi, não deu pra ler. Isso é uma cena, tá?
Hey, stay
Não é.
here for now. Paimon will take a peek. There seem to be several people inside.
Vamos tentar bibliotar eles primeiro. Meu pai e minha esconde dão uma melhor bibliotada às pessoas da enfermaria. Eles entraram na conversa e você consegue entender algumas frases soltas.
It's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here. So, why don't we just try to talk to them in person? Let's
Tá, tô pronto, vambora. Você balança a cabeça, respirando fundo antes de inalar e voar de uma professora que proporção resultando num teste químico fracassado do seu pai com um ponto na jornada cheira de não sei o que. Não entendi, foi nada. Depois de uma boa cheirada da proporção guardada dela, não sei o que, e não deu pra ler porque a minha ruína não liga.
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Paimon doesn't know what to do! Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion? Could it be poison?
Só sei que os dois que estão ali são os dois que estavam perto dos fofoqueiros.
Let me take a look. Please, lie down over here.
Aí meu estômago tá me matando. Ah, ok.
I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, traveler.
Obrigado, desculpa.
Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you.
Shigurene tira alguns instrumentos e começa a examinar. Espero que não é que está tão saudável a ponto dela suspeitar.
I see now. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. That's our worst fear out of the way. Eh? Oh, that's good. But I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Please, relax and take a deep breath.
Shigure usa suas mãos para examinar a parte diferente do meu abdômen, para que ela parece que ela está usando energia elemental também. A expressão dela está cada vez mais relaxada.
Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. Does it hurt when I press here?
Não muito.
And here?
Dói um pouco.
Huh? But based on my initial checkup, there shouldn't be a problem here. Oh, how strange.
Oh não, acho que atuei demais.
What about here? Does this hurt?
Não, mal sinto.
Oh. I understand. So that's what it is.
Então é isso, você tá fingindo.
I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious. Outside of a pretty bad stomachache.
Ah, eu comi a carne roxa.
So that's what it is. Thank goodness it's not anything more serious. And there have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. I'll inform our head chef, Mr. Wolsey, of this problem as soon as possible. Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Why don't you take a rest here while I go get some medicine for you? Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after this new patient while I'm gone.
Very well.
And she hopped away, just like that.
Ufa, essa infiltração tá indo melhor do que eu imaginava. Agora só tem 2 pessoas aí na sala. Siguen chamou aquela mulher de Luvine. Ela deve ser uma das visitantes frequentes da enfermaria que eu ouvi falar antes. Então aquele homem do lado deve ser Juriel.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
Podia estar melhor. Podia estar melhor, muito bom. Não posso ficar encarando ela, vou chamar a atenção. Essa cara parece ter reparado agora. E agora? Está olhando na minha direção.
His stomach aches really bad. He was stumbling about the whole way here, so Paimon's really worried.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best medic we've got down here.
But it also looks like she's the only medic.
Mas ela parece a única médica aqui embaixo, faz sentido. É melhor e única.
That's true.
What do you mean, that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't speak for the whole fortress, but it's not like everyone imprisoned here is useless, you know? Though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine, and they help Miss Sichuin take care of the sick and injured.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did all your energy come from?
That's correct. Sorry, I got a bit ahead of myself.
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines Miss Sijuin prescribes for us. That's just the nature of chronic illnesses. As for her... you could say she fancies herself as Miss Sijuin's capable helper because she learned a bit of medical knowledge ages ago.
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have frequent heart palpitations.
Pera.
Hey, don't start arguing now, please. Keep it civil at least.
Isso aí ficou esquisito, mas tudo bem. Os dois parecem ter uma relação terrível. Só acabaram se cruzando porque precisam pegar seus remédios ao mesmo tempo. Acho que não, hein? Acho que não, hein? Mas fora eles, não tem nada de suspeito nessa sala. Todos os arquivos na mesa parecem ser prontuários de pacientes. Tem uma caixa ali, mas eu não vou olhar ela agora. Não há muita coisa pendurada nas paredes. Espera aí. Parece ter um ladrilho móvel no chão.
Hey! There's no need to fight! Everyone will be released someday, so there's no need to argue over silly things like this!
But...
Release. It's way too early for us to even think about that. And who the heck knows if we'd even be able to continue our previous lives?
A presença desse ladrilho não é estranha por si só. Ou será que é o meu sexto sentido de aventureiro? Não é nem um pouco estranho ter um ladrilho móvel ali. Será que está escondendo algo?
Please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation. Oh, and Mr. Jurier, I don't want to see your face here again anytime soon.
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy place. See you later, everyone.
He just slowly walked off like that?
Mas ela mandou
It's
isso aí.
just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's... Well, his name is Jurier, but I hope you'll never have cause to remember his name.
You really can't stand him, huh?
I mean, can you blame me? Who would like someone who's as arrogant and obsessed with weird research topics as he is?
Parece que você gosta dele, mas tudo bem. Vamos lá, vamos pra frente.
I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Seashween should be back soon, and I'm sure you'll feel better as soon as you've had some of her medicine.
Obrigado por cuidar de mim.
No, it's nothing.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Seashween.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be 2 days' worth of medicine for you. Take 1 pill now, and then continue your bed rest.
Você toma comprimido de dor de estômago que seu médico te deu.
Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color of the pill that you should be taking today?
Cor?
I remember.
Eles falaram antes de nós estarmos. Por que eu não me lembro?
Yellow, huh? I understand. These are yours. Please, make sure to go to bed early after taking them tonight. You'll benefit from a good night's
A
sleep.
memória dele é ruim?
Alright, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon too.
Obrigado.
See ya!
Estranho.
I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? I just want to double-check a few details, if that's alright with you. Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler rest? Paimon can answer the questions instead. So his primary symptoms are abdominal pain with secondary symptoms of nausea. Is there anything else? That's it.
Também tem o sintoma querer andar de patinete e bombeiro, né? Isso é bombeiro, tem um sintoma novo aí. Do novo banner. Ok.
Alright then. Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds? No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please, make sure to stick to bland or less stimulating foods, and don't stay up too late at night. Got it! Paimon will hold the Traveler to that for sure.
Cheguei está me encarando. Acho melhor seguir as suas recomendações e descansar um pouco.
Oh, you're going to take a nap already? Okay then, you get some rest.
Agora, só de pensar, você deita na sala e mete relaxa. Elas estão acumuladas e investiga no trabalho e tomam conta do seu corpo. Você escuta a Paimon e seguem conversando.
We've been to lots of places together. He may look a bit under the weather now, but he's actually super strong.
Oh.
So you're the best of companions. Well, don't worry, he'll recover soon.
Como essas palavras trazem uma sensação de conforto, você se relaxa e mergulha em um sonho.
How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left.
Ó. Estou muito melhor, muito obrigado, pai, meu humilde.
Now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take your meds regularly, and remember bland foods. Thank you, Miss Seashween.
Ok. Aí eu vou reto no ladrilho falso, né? Tipo, nem dá pra lançar, eu acho. Honestamente, eu não sei nem onde é que tá o ladrilho falso. Ela atrás da máquina, era aqui, tipo. Aqui, né? Que claramente é uma entrada. Putz, é muito uma entrada. É pra caramba uma entrada, mas tudo bem.
Seems like a lot of people have been been coming down with an upset stomach lately. I'll need to address that.
Tá. Vai no dormitório, beleza. Ah, se bem que eu acho que aqui é mais perto. Pra lembrar, esse cara aqui vendia coisas, né? Tipo... Vê alguma carta? Ah, não, você é de carta. Não precisa. Mudou a missão, ainda é a mesma, né? De fogo finalmente chegou, tá, beleza. É, meu tempo tá acabando, vai ter mais um dia de prisão, caramba. Acho que eu fecho isso aqui em 15 minutos.
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared Paimon half to death!
Eu disse algo que não deveria?
No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish and put down the Adeptus Temptation now! Paimon talked with Sigewinne the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice anything unusual in the room. Are you sure we're not going off track with the infirmary?
Mas será que estamos mesmo indo na direção errada? Ainda existe algumas coisas estranhas naquele lugar. Aquele ladrilho móvel no chão, a pergunta que Sigurei fez a Luivin, né? Além disso, ela realmente estavam falando sobre seus remédios antes de entrarmos. Ou será que a briga entre Luivin e Juriel era de verdade, ou será que eles só estavam fazendo um teatro? Também pode ser. Pai, me escute.
Whoa, you really are super thorough. All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon didn't even pick up on. We've got to give the info to Linny.
Nos dias seguintes, você e Paimon normalmente podem, durante seu turno, você encontra tempo para escrever palavras-chave relacionadas a suas suspeitas em pedaços de papel. Deu tempo de escrever, bom, não pulou. Você consegue passar papel para a Lynette durante o trabalho quando vocês se cruzam, seu disfarce é impecável. E você quer olha para você, ou muda a expressão ao pegar a informação. Parece eu, não muda a expressão. Que isso? Cara, isso aqui é... Ok, tá. Finalmente 9 dias se passaram. Que bom, pulou. Pensei que ia ter 9 dias de coisas aleatórias pra fazer aqui, beleza. Então eu tô aqui há 18 dias, 20 na... Não, 20 não. Eu tô aqui por causa de quê? Ah tá, o jogo já me botou de frente. Ok, beleza, bom. Tá. Dia marcado chegou, você e Paimon vão para a área de profunda, mais uma vez. Lynette está se esperando por vocês. Beleza. Ou Linnei. Eu sempre confundo os nomes dos dois. Oh, deixa ela disfarçando. Disfarça muito mal.
Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule. Nothing weird happened.
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when you infiltrated the infirmary. We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago, and as of last night, Lynette has also infiltrated the infirmary after faking an illness.
Wait, why is she getting involved as well?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, even if we were to view that as something you did in exchange for Fremine's help, you've already done more than enough. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. We want to avoid using the same faces over and over and reduce the amount of suspicion that will fall on any given person.
Just.
Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should be the one to finish the job.
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
É. A melhor resposta é. Não sou contra ajudar você. É.
Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns. If everything went well, then she should be wrapping up her investigation right about now.
Is now really a good time to go over?
Legal que nos primeiros dias da missão você tá só com o pé atrás. Agora, não ligo de ajudar do nada.
According to my observations, Sigewinne always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette knows this as well, so this should be a good time to meet up with her.
Ouvimos sobre isso também.
Also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about his younger sister's well-being.
Okay, then let's head over right away.
Ok. Teleporte automático? Não sei, tipo. Deixa eu atualizar aqui o... Esse aqui bugou. Notebook, ok, beleza. Para a enfermaria secretamente. Mudou de algo? Ah, cadê? Verdade escondida na sombra. O dia marcado chegou. Você e Paimon vão para a área da produção mais uma vez. Linei está esperando você já dia de
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange. Lynette?
As expected, Sigewinne isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
Será que ela encontrou uma pista e saiu para segui-la? Mesma coisa, a continuação.
Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. We agreed that if she were to make changes on the fly, she'd find a way to let me know. Unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around here. We can look while we wait for her. Who knows? Maybe she'll be back soon.
Okay.
Aqui... Aí tem um negócio aqui no canto, beleza. Quero vir aqui direto, né? Não pode, né?
Wait, this thing? It doesn't look like it's been disguised that well.
Deve se abaixa para aproximar do ladrilho removível e começar a bater
The
nele,
space
tá?
behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken apart. There's probably a mechanism around here somewhere. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? But if that's the case, she would have contacted me for sure.
Vai ver, fechou. Vai lá dentro.
Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't panic, just take another look.
Ok. Essa expressão de Linei, ele definitivamente está começando a entrar em pânico. Não entre em pânico. Ele provavelmente inconscientemente disse isso mais para si mesmo do que qualquer coisa. Ai, caraca, ok, tá. Sai. Não acho que seja na cama não, na real. Se tiver, no livro, né?
There are some books here and a few files. They all look like medical records. Advanced nursing, how to raise the spirit of your patients, a quick guide to the psychology of emotions, and the meaning of laughter.
Parece o outro livro, garoto, que eu peguei.
These sure are some interesting books. Who knew Sigewinne would be interested in these kinds of things?
Pra quem não leu, talvez.
She even has books on understanding people's motivations and feelings. Is it because she's a Melusine? Or does she have a need to understand her patient's emotional state?
Justo, né? Só ajuda.
Seems quite normal to me. These are skills that would come in handy for a nurse from time to time.
Né? Ok, tá. Isso foi inútil, inclusive. Mas beleza, vamos lá, cama, né? Olha a cama, que ela devia estar deitada.
None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in. Except that one over there.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right? You said she was pretending to be sick.
She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad flare-up. Generally speaking, the head nurse would then ask her to lie down and rest, while she left to retrieve the medication. Which means, either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette laid down up until she left the bed, or the nurse intentionally left it this way.
Pra deixar a pista. Oh não, essa não é um bom sinal. Ele tá ficando. Ele tá ficando desesperado.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over here.
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message. You may consider this as me giving you my best regards.
This is...
Is that all?
Tem uma coisa atrás?
The back. This is...
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Paimon's reading it now. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now?
Ih, rapaz.
No. Could she have... Is she already...
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use it as bait?
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But why? We didn't run into any trouble last time, and he also never reached out to us since.
Porque ele agiria durante porque ele agiria durante a nossa segunda tentativa de nos infiltrar, ao invés da primeira.
Yes, that is a crucial question.
Porque era Fatui, né? E eu não.
He doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. So this means he had no concerns about your activities from the very beginning. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though.
Porque ela foi atrás só de Linette. Por que ele não foi atrás de você também?
I'd like to know that too. Why did he only go after her? Don't panic, just think everything over. I have to stay calm. This is not like what happened last time. The situation's different now. Wait, you're right. Wait, but that means...
Eu acho que ele é robô da irmã que morreu, hein? Ó.
The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds... Could Wriothesley have let him go as well?
But what does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
Já entendi. Ele deliberadamente fez os dois desaparecerem.
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure of it. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and we even thought luck was on our side. If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible spot now as well.
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down.
E aí, se acalme. Não ajuda.
Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child. That was our fault.
No. I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I was the one who failed to protect them. I'll go talk to Wriothesley.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please talk some sense into him.
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again.
De novo?
I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back.
Acho que nós vamos ter 3 mensageiros modo farinha, né? Atrás dele. Olha só. Ela escutou tudo. Ela deu um risinho, é ela que tá fazendo a treta.
I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Very well. Then please be mindful of the time. Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably come in once we stop talking. Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. expected. They've already found this place. Oh, what a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like playing dumb. I like the feeling of being
Ela é a vilã. Sabia.
What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. Being able to read human expressions is quite the useful skill. Lily, wait!
Peraí, ô idiota.
We have to catch up to him.
O jogo, ah, você não irá trapacear, eu não irei deixar. Ah, é. Tá bem. Você não viu isso, afinal de contas. Foi só o jogo te dizendo. Ok, beleza. Eu tenho incríveis 5 minutos, né? Vamos ver até onde eu consigo ir. Né? Vou estourar e tentar não fazer se não tiver tanto barulho. Seria um bom lugar na hora de eu cortar, né? Mas vamos ver até onde eu vou conseguir ir. Qualquer coisa eu muto se ficar barulho. Encerro assim que eu tiver uma oportunidade. Ai. Tinha que cair do lado oposto da entrada. Que triste, mas enfim, tá. Ah, ok, tá, tudo bem. Eu fui pro lado oposto, se eu tivesse ido pro outro lado eu teria chegado bem rápido, mas tudo bem. Não importa se bate.
Come out and face me, Risley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least try to follow even a couple rules from the fortress's indoor management regulations?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do have some teas in my collection that can work wonders against such an illness.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes enter a box filled with water, only to emerge the next second from another place altogether. Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No, he's probably not looking to attack me right now. All of the hostages are in his hands, and he's even in the mood for small talk. That means Lynette is probably still alive. You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start, so you deliberately aroused the Traveler's suspicions and baited us into continuing our investigation, just so that you'd be able to kidnap Lynette.
Você é burro, hein?
As for Fremine, no, you probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go, so you could purge the Fatui members that we had planted into your ranks.
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those with personal agendas. It was quite easy to identify your colleagues.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right? If you're oh so omnipotent and so in control, why would you need hostages?
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not? What do you really want?
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much.
Fiz isso uma vez, que bom que tá todo mundo aqui. Onde está a Lynette, enfermeira?
Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest tea. Although, as per your original plan,
Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now.
Original.
But he has neither shown up within my gates, nor has he been taken into any kind of custody. So where do you think he may be right now?
Wait, you can't mean... You locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world. That's all.
Fremine's a star diver, so he should be fine, right?
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't assume he might have made a break for the surface.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a great magician, so it's only natural for me to want to have some cards of my own when it comes to negotiating. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede, regardless of whether it was in a personal or a professional capacity. Well, you got your wish.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before we even set foot in the fortress.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I will be straight with you. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, all of that changed. Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there forever. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an audience?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening. I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family. I don't see why she would refuse.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a harbinger like Father to come here in person.
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection. I was looking forward to sharing it with her. Both Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina have already received many samples as gifts.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me, I won't allow you to use us to blackmail her.
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fortress's secret? Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
Linny!
Por que você tem que fazer isso?
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? From the very beginning, the Fatui has been actively infiltrating my fortress. I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have no reason to want to talk. Mr. Fremine left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter how you look at it, the responsibility for this falls on you.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5.
Wait,
2, 1. Time's up. It really is a shame, Mr. Linney.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Por favor, espere, realmente não podemos falar um pouco mais sobre isso?
Yeah, listen to the Traveler. If you can't talk to Linny, can you at least talk to us?
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay out of your way. But that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws.
Por favor, poupe Ferminete e Linette.
Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by now, so why don't you tell me a thing or two about what you found, I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your request. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
Ah, tudo pra dar errado, eu devia ter parado a live. Mas enfim, eu não consigo acreditar que ele esteja perguntando sobre as regras secretas. Se me lembro bem, se vocês continuarem trabalhando sem descansar durante o horário do almoço, no seu terceiro dia você encontrará uma porção de carne estranha em seu almoço gratuito. Que droga, hein? É realmente bom que já tenhamos feito uma investigação aprofundada sobre isso. Vamos ver se eu consigo me lembrar de todas as pistas. Eu devo conseguir encontrar uma resposta se colocar tudo junto. Ai não. É uma hora que eu tenho que ficar lendo e tem barulho ao fundo. A pior situação possível. Se você quer quebrar as regras secretas de área de produção, carne estranha aparecerá no seu refeitório. Nossa, isso aqui é chato também, né? Quanto às regras secretas da área de produção, qual a verdade por trás daquele sobre não se permitir trabalhar por 3 dias seguidos? O que acontece quando você viola as regras da área de... Tá, só tem isso aqui, a carne. Tá. Quem verá se você continuar trabalhando continuamente?
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what
Essa parte eu posso mutar,
could
beleza.
doing during that time? The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who don't understand the value of coupons will spend them on Fonta. We often see Miss Sigewin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. It seems like she can perceive the general state of a person's health just by looking at them. The Fonta promoter has been struggling. We often see Miss Sigewin observing the prisoners at work near the production.
Sobre qual circunstância a carne aparece?
Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to undergo a trial because even Fonta's own employees have a lot of reservations about it. The research notes said that the Melazine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, the Melazines have also developed a sense of aesthetic. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment as well. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only it... We often see Miss Siegewein observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. It seems like she can perceive the general state of a person's health just by looking at them. Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to undergo a trial because even Fanta's own employees... We often see Miss Siegewein observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. It seems like she can perceive the... We often see Miss Siegewein observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what could Siegewein be doing during that time? We often see Miss Siegewein observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. The Fanta promoter has been struggling. We often see Miss Siegewein observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. It seems like she can perceive the general state of a person's health. Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to undergo a trial because even Fanta's own employees have a lot of reservations about it. We often see Miss Siegewein observing the prisoners at work. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what could Siegewein be doing during that time? The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, we often see Miss Siegewein observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. It seems, according to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment. We often see Miss Siegewein observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what could Siegewein be doing during... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before... Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed... The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, the Melusines have also developed a sense of aesthetics that appears rather strange and alien to humans. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place... The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, the Melusines have also developed a sense of aesthetics that appears rather strange and alien to humans. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. The company... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But
Ah, so that's what's going on. Paimon understands it now. Who would have guessed? The hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work 3 days in a row, and if they do, they'll get strange meat in their welfare meal. At first we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared, but in reality, they were all prepared by Sijween, the head nurse. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has worn themselves out after 3 full days of work. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sijween visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Sijween has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find out about what she does. Unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and their sense of aesthetics is even more alien to us. The recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sijween's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. All right, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both sides of a fight. Why is that?
E lá vamos nós. As regras secretas do ringue de Pancrídeo, eu me lembro. Se alguém tenta apoiar os dois lutadores ao mesmo tempo, no dia seguinte irá receber um pacote que contém um estranho líquido de cor de sangue. Também fizemos bastante pesquisa sobre o assunto. Deixe-me revisar o que descobrimos a pensar na resposta correta. Outras pessoas gritam, né? Enfim. O que aconteceu se você violar as regras secretas do ringue de Pancrídeo? Quem enviou o pacote... Você ganha esse item aqui, né? Quando que acontece, né? Se você quebrar as regras secretas do ringue de Pancrídeo, receberá um pacote contendo líquido estranho de cor sangue, tá? Quem enviou o pacote conselho de... Quê? Quem enviou o pacote contendo estranho fluido de sangue? Porque apenas quem compra ingressos para apoiar ambos os lutadores recebe o pacote? Porque estranho fluido de cor sangue parece desse jeito? Tá. Quem enviou o pacote contendo estranho fluido de cor sangue? Tá, beleza, vamos lá. Vou ler agora em silêncio, né? Em mutado.
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that, according to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment as well. We often see Miss Sijween observing. Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to undergo a trial because even Fanta's own employees... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what could Sijween be doing during that time? We often see Miss Sigewin observing. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the
Paimon gets this rule too now, so there really was nothing to be afraid of. That hidden rule of the pancration ring is about how, people are not supposed to bet on both boxers at the same time. And if they do, they'll receive a package containing a strange, blood-colored liquid. People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer. But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new Fanta trial product. A blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fanta's own staff were questioning the company's decision-making. The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale to see how it might be received by customers. They came to the Fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke completely refused to even entertain the idea. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fanta product here. And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same match were selected to receive the drinks.
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery to light. Although, based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words, I may just reconsider my collaboration with the company. All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Não coletamos informação suficiente para responder essa pergunta.
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing Lynette and Fremine never even crossed your mind.
Espere, Linei, seu idiota!
You'll pay for this! Ah!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Sigewin. That was a fantastic shot.
It was nothing, Your Grace. Sigewin? Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just demonstrated.
Sigewin... You...
Você é cúmplice dele nisso tudo?
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it is my duty. When Monsieur Nervillette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone here. I am merely discharging my duties. But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us?
Se você é próximo de Nevillette, por que não aprendeu uma coisa ou outra sobre virtude com ele? Caraca.
But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervillette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. Had I not, they would be in far more dire straits right now. His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace?
My dear Sigewinne, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or two?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace. I figured I should try to talk some sense into you. What are you talking about? What time?
Take me if you want, but let them go.
How touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving any time now. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sigewinne, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You... What are you doing?
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clorinde. My door.
Fremine... Fremine...
What's going on? What is Clorinde doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon. Please take it easy in the meantime, though.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like this?
Esse sintoma não pode ser, eu não sei, né? Mas beleza.
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater.
What did you say?
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup. Your Grace, I'll leave the rest to you.
I'll talk to Clorinde while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sigewinne may have been forced to shoot Mr. Linney again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased significantly. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time... well, you can see how that boy's doing.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work, though.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all terrible.
That's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a towel? I would like to dry my hair.
Could I tempt you with some sugar for your tea?
No need.
Vamos lá. A expressão de Lei parece de nojo. Parece que ele preferia que a Sejuani não tocasse no Ferminete. Mesmo assim, ele não impediu, já que está bem óbvio que Ferminete precisa urgentemente de cuidados. Ah, que hora terrível, mas enfim. Sejuani está examinando o Ferminete cuidadosamente. Ela não parece muito séria, o que é um bom sinal. Espero que o Ferminete fique bem. Eu acho que ele é calculista e maligno, enfim, é. Como ele está?
These
Sem poder.
symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Still, his condition is not critical. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Let's leave him here for now, and move him to the infirmary once he's recovered a bit more. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment. We do only have a single clinic in the fortress, however.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress? How could that possibly happen?
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator. Oh, I'll bring Miss Lynette back with me.
Where is she? How is she right now?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now. You might not believe me, but His Grace and I actually made some snacks and tea for her.
Vamos lá de novo. Linney finalmente começou a relaxar. Os músculos do seu rosto parecem que ele acredita na Sejuani, acabou de dizer.
Linny, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all here now. Don't worry about me.
Are you sure? You don't look alright.
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's probably just the residual effects of the tranquilizer shot.
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Oh, Traveler, Paimon, you're here too. Fremine? Is he...
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side. Lynette, together?
On it.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to come with us?
Tudo bem.
The Duke and Clarande are gone. They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit. Miss Clarande will need a break, since she only just returned from rescuing Fremine out of the sea.
Could I tempt you with some sugar for your tea?
No need.
He's awake. Fremine, how do you feel?
Lynette.
We're all here.
Where am I?
The infirmary, at the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Fremine, and you are no longer in any danger. How do you feel? Don't push yourself if you're not feeling up to it.
Traveler. Paimon. It's been so long. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay. We can talk about it after you've recovered.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it. Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Seems like this pipe hasn't been used in a long time. It looks abandoned. Where could Master Child be? Get in gear!
Ah, eu tava desmutado, meu Deus, socorro, que estúpido.
Huh. This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it. This is where the water starts. Okay. Master Child probably dived into the water. I'll go take a look as well. The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. I should be going in the right direction. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on? No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. This is bad. I'm feeling worse and worse, and I'm still underwater. I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no idea where Master Child could have gone. But there was also no obvious place for him to have disappeared to.
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going. I probably passed out some time after that, and you know the rest.
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Miss Clarande, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak, Freminet. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
A guest? Then I can assume Risley was the one who invited her to come down here?
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me.
Entendi, irei falar com ele.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us, Liddy?
No, please go on without me. I don't want to leave just yet.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay in here, I don't think you'll be disturbed.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, Lenny.
I'm also really sorry, Lenny. I should have been more careful.
Don't say that. It was all my fault. I was the one who should have been more careful. You two were nearly...
If I was stronger, maybe I would have already found Master Child.
No, how can you say that?
Huh?
I'm sorry.
What I'm hearing is, we all dropped the ball at some point during the mission, so the responsibility falls on all of us. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. It's on all of us.
Lenny, we understand that you're worried about us, but we're worried about you as well. Please don't blame yourself. We want you to keep your spirits up.
Yeah.
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has stabilized?
Of course! I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Siegewien?
I wanted to check up on Miss Cloran. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now, then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten? Where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any questions you have? You can start with whichever one you'd like to get answered the most.
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals, I only figured those out as you made progress on your investigation.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals. Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did, from finding helpers to leaving this place, he did on his own. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went, so I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative work. All I care about is the answer.
So you were hoping Lenny's group would just do your work for you!
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremonet has told you already, the ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise. The Forbidden Zone has always been Lenny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors true? That you're also a former criminal?
Why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison? I just happen to have some support from the rest of the inmates, that's all.
Oh, right! Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremonet was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already. That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts. All I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken to Fremonet.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last question in return?
You make a compelling case. Do you really want to know the answer that badly?
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
Even if the truth may not be pleasant? Follow me.
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is. Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see anything special. What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name Forbidden Zone. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking of keeping anything from them.
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself before deciding whether or not to tell them.
Huh. So there's a switch on the side.
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one.
Go on, have a look. I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any potential danger that could be behind it. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because some parameter it's been tracking has changed, if only infinitesimally. Normally I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses what the reading could be tracking? Very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those as well. Unfortunately, our dashboard is tracking something less ordinary. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the pressure from the outside, but the readings didn't change at all. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make a few preparations based on that hypothesis. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration of primordial seawater in the seawater nearby.
The concentration of primordial seawater? But we're already under the sea!
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising. Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us! Not even Novelette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak. Oh. Oh!
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above a sluice gate for the primordial sea? Who built this place anyway?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find the actual answer may be exceedingly boring. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left to us by the people who used to live here. When the previous Hydro Archon Egeria ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack chasing away the banished. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and the bone-chilling cold. Some of them began to repent, and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them, and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deeps, and over the years helped it to grow. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark underwater fortress became the sinner's only home. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would regain their freedom once they had sufficiently redeemed themselves. But as time went on, People also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had gotten used to life here, they could no longer feel comfortable living in the overworld. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past. After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontainian society, as the place where criminals deserve to be sent. Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian. Everyone else just thought he'd made it all up.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. If this gate fails, then everyone will be dissolved into the sea. To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from proving all too accurate. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time, the third. Let's go somewhere else. I want to show you something. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh? Lorvine and Jurier?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned us not to tell a single soul about any of this?
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
How about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. I trust that you've heard of Edwin? Good. Saves me a bit of time explaining. Edwin's main areas of research were archaeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
You want to blow up the fortress of Meripede?
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my head.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be Edwin's assistant, she used to be Jurier's assistant.
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work as a convenient cover?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything. let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
How much do you know about Fontanian history?
Not much at all.
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna, he created his nation above the surging waves. He called his nation Lemuria, and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands, calling on them to join his empire.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. Certainly can't hurt to give it a try. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began this project.
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontanians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other questions? Seems like you're good. Come on, I'll take you back. I'll leave you here for now.
Oh, thank you so much.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those 3 as well.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, I just remembered something now. While I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me. They were discussing everything, from the leaves to the water and even the teacups themselves.
Must have been Risley and Sijwin.
Yeah, I heard one male voice and one female, so it should have been the two of them. They really were just talking about brewing tea.
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from Risley?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah, I took the time to rest, so I'm feeling a lot more relaxed now.
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sijwin is also busy with something or other, so let's just talk here.
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory is, the long-lost primordial sea is probably very close to the fortress of Mirapede.
Ooh, he's good. He got that right on the first try.
That's our Linny.
Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first, then suddenly roadblocked us. Why? I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because he was hoping we could find Master Child for him. What's more, the Fortress of Mirapede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Udex Nervulet. Risley is basically the king of a no-man's land. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the 2 factions are pitted against each other, Risley will be free to move between the parties of interest. If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself. It's likely related to the secret of the infirmary, but I just can't think of what it could be.
You're super smart.
Thanks so much. Then finally, there's the last question. If Risley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. He's even gotten Cloran to help him out. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a bargaining chip, and it could be important enough for Father to deal with him directly. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be. But let me guess. You have the last piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe it.
The sea will engulf everyone, just like the prophecy said.
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve the crisis. But how could Risley have known that?
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to bring Father over to his side? Which could be why he said he just wanted to negotiate.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to our father. No matter what, we're on your side. The 2 of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be standing here right now if not for you. If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth at any time. Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the three of us basically see you as family now.
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Linny when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us. We didn't think you were going to do it.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all. But if you are ever in danger, we will try our best to protect you.
Aww, the sound of that makes Paimon feel all warm and safe inside. Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done so much already. Go get some food.
Alright, then we'll catch you guys another time.
I feel like I should try to become someone more capable of helping.
You're incredibly helpful. Lenny thinks so too.
Yeah, you two are always telling me not to push myself, but aren't you just like that as well?
It's time for dinner. Welfare meals now being served in the coupon cafeteria.
Come on, let's go pick up ours as well. Traveler and Paimon, over here. Are you here for dinner too, Miss Sijwing?
And I'm taking the opportunity to prepare Miss Cloran's dinner as well.
Huh. You're right. She's actually sitting in the fortress cafeteria.
What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Me too! Don't forget Paimon!
No problem. Just leave it to me.
So delicious. Paimon's so happy. Paimon wants to feast like this every day.
Feeling full yet? How's the food?
Delicious.
I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see, the expression on your face just now? The muscle here just moved, which suggests that you're feeling quite relaxed at the moment.
Sijween, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings?
A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you.
You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so short, you still talk and act like an older sister.
Really? You're reminded of an older sister? That's great to hear.
Oh, Bradley's office, when you said that you were protecting Linny and his siblings as well.
Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit worried after hearing that something was wrong with the water. Thankfully, Glorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after Glorand left, to make sure that Linny wouldn't impulsively chase after his brother. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were instructed to only open the door once Miss Glorand had returned. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linny as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger.
You were all super considerate and really thought everything through.
It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often too. I feel like he'd like it here, with all the darkness and chaos. Get a good night's rest, you two. You've both worked very hard.
Glorand!
Ah, it's you two.
How's dinner?
It's all right. Miss Sigewin really put in a lot of effort.
So we heard that Brisley invited you to come down to help, and you saved Fremine too! You sure work super fast!
Oh, it was child's play.
Still, Paimon didn't know even champion duelists could take on side jobs. Oh, and why aren't you eating with Sigewin and the Duke? Won't you get bored eating by yourself?
Miss Sigewin was with you, and the Duke has business of his own.
Actually, didn't Navia say that you went out for dinner with her as well?
Yeah. First time in a long time.
First time in a long time? So you mean you've gone out to dinner with her in the past?
In the past, yes. You seem to be enjoying yourselves here. Things will be getting messy at the fortress soon. Don't run around unnecessarily.
So much has happened. Paimon just feels absolutely exhausted now that she's finally relaxed. Paimon's super sleepy. Are you sleepy too? Delicious. Paimon wants seconds for free.
Out of my way! Get out of my way! What happened?
Why is everyone running?
No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's yelling? Paimon still wants to sleep. What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people? They won't even talk to us.
They're here! Yeah, there you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Lavaroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. His Grace is telling everyone to evacuate and get out of here. Lavaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all the stories like that? An evacuation is successfully completed, yet you only find out once you do a head count that 1 or 2 people are missing.
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? Why is it suddenly my idea?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us. Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible, upwards and outwards.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you going?
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible. Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already...
They're here.
Just like I said.
What happened?
You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, 2, 1.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Neuvillette? Why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina, and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her. Will do. You have my sincerest gratitude.
Order guide you.
Look! There are a ton of Fatui and Palais Mermonia people over there! The knave is probably here already. We need to hurry! Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Neuvillette has left instructions. Please follow me. Though I'm sure he's already explained, this should be a mostly cordial conversation, unlikely to give rise to violence. But it would be most appreciated if you could protect Lady Farina to the best of your abilities.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Of course, of course! How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be too lonely and unbecoming of my station.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the Knave, one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon have a taste?
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina and I. I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know. Here's to hoping that he's an excellent swimmer.
Since since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked certainly pretty impressive, yeah.
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Udex Nuvillette right in front of you. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. I must express my admiration for Monsieur Nuvillette. Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier. As you well know, a long time has passed since Child disappeared.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. We know for sure that Child is still alive.
Oh, and just how do you know that?
Because we found evidence that proved he left the Fortress of Mirapede.
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well...
The Fortress of Mirapede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Do you have any proof that he surfaced safely? That is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the streets in front of the Opera House. Is it something like that?
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or how it's worded. Huh?
Hold on. The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come, Miss Farina.
Huh? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess, we're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at your expression, was I wrong? And you haven't a clue?
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, here you are relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable? The prophecy's hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Hearth have devoted everything to saving their homeland. But you, it beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Focalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjectures!
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will soon disappear beneath the waves?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me! Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high!
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it, and what is it doing to help?
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time. It is just that beings like yourselves are unable to perceive them as of yet.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your emergency response plan for the impending disaster?
An emergency response plan?
Oh, that look in your eyes. Have you not even prepared one of those?
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal? And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the years?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But unfortunately, it would seem that someone is not you, Miss Farina. I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely large amount of indemnitium. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on, oh great Hydro Archon? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Neuvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure without the Udex by your side. Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice of cake? Those who work hard deserve gratitude and praise. You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that offer. Oh, Paimon's super full. That cake was great.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality. Yes, and we must thank the knave for bringing these over as well.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table, and I was merely catering to Miss Farina's tastes, seeking a chance to chat over tea. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take care of, so I must take my leave now.
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss Child before I must be on my way.
Paimon's coming too!
The tea party turned out to be even more difficult than I'd imagined. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter? If there's nothing urgent, then I shall be retiring for now. The tea party turned out to be even more difficult than I'd imagined. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter? If there's nothing...
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, Child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude. Do I look like an irresponsible father to you? The House of the Hearth is very important to me. You should know that I care deeply about my children. That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them, especially Linny.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others, including me. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip, but what's your impression of Farina? You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily. Allow me to share my perspective with you.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that she often seems more like a celebrity than a working Archon.
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. This is so easy, it's actually making me a bit suspicious. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, from the moment it was attached to the hook, the bait is meant to be sacrificed. It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of curse.
Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Please don't kill me! I'm begging you, please!
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Farina dares not mention this incident to anyone. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Eudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively, it might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Ridesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Eudex Neuvillette. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask for an official audience and continue my investigation of Farina and Eudex Neuvillette. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front. Lenny and his group will be responsible for the actual intelligence gathering. You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you.
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
Aproveitei que eu tô em silêncio agora e eu falei, caraca. Não é que ela é uma inútil mesmo. Ok, tá. Caraca, e agora? Ela é Arconte mesmo? E aí? Será que o Nevilete é o Arconte? Isso aí é importante, que eu quero saber onde que eu vou jogar. Acho que... que droga. Ai, caramba.
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even Farina herself is still pretending that nothing of that sort ever happened.
Caramba. Ia ser engraçado se a Furina viesse com uma 4 estrelas, mas tudo bem.
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Udex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon, but now, that doesn't seem right to me either.
Como você chegou a essa conclusão? Porque muito me interessa, né? Muito mesmo me interessa. Pra caramba me interessa.
I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Udex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth.
Né, caramba, eu só sei que em si eu quero a personagem. Se ela virar personagem eu quero. É isso. Tipo, não com essa roupa aqui, mas com a outra roupa eu quero.
Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. It looks like Fontainians will have no choice but to save themselves. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. Should the need arise, I would be happy to cooperate.
Venha no banner, que é nós. E coopere, né? Porque tem que vir, né? No caso, não é só aparecer no banner, tem que vir pra mim, né? Enfim.
You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday.
Não, a novidade chegou. A novidade perdeu, a novidade.
He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll leave you to him.
Dois.
Neuvillette, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Farina.
Podemos saber o que aconteceu?
To put it simply, I used my power to force back the Primordial Sea and reseal the sluice gate.
Aqui do nosso lado? Você conta para o Nevilete o que aconteceu na festa do chá.
So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives.
Pô, a questão de perguntas vai ser agora com ele, não com... Ele é o Arconte, pô. Você sempre pergunta pro Arconte, não pra... Então, né? Posso fazer algumas perguntas?
Permission granted.
Você é forte o suficiente para repelir Um mar primordial. Você tem alguma conexão mais profunda com o ar contido?
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's just a speculation on our part, though.
Diz que sim, diz que sim. Diz que sim, diz que sim.
You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you.
É verdade.
You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase "you guys" you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics.
O que você sente, o que você sentiu na Fortaleza Meropide? Você conseguiu proteger quem precisava ser protegido? O que você sentiu na Fortaleza Meropide?
I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Ai, começa a chover.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a
Tu
sudden?
é um arconte, fala pra mim, tio. O céu fica cheio de nuvens escuras. A chuva fica pesada. Rapidamente passa de uma chuva fraca para uma chuva forte. E logo antes de chover, Nebulete havia mencionado sua tristeza. Ah, só agora, cara, que vai pensar. Pensando sobre aquela lenda, o que Fremet disse, dizem que já existia um dragão da água em Fontaine. Sempre que ele chorava, os céus ficavam nublados e a chuva caía. Espere, na verdade, você...
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking?
Ele é o rei dragão da água.
The dragon of... what? Huh?
Please do not be so surprised. Farina?
Lá vem a... Nevelete, você está ouvindo?
Nevelete, are you listening?
Ah, rapaz, me falou isso aqui, né? Nem ouviu.
My apologies.
Ouviu.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon sovereign of water, right? Well, if you don't want to confirm or deny...
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Oh, então você é um dragão rei.
Right, of course. We'll definitely help you keep it a secret.
Faz sentido, já que ele joga um jato d'água como se fosse um sopro de dragão. Ah, total sentido. Bem feito. Parabéns, meu rei.
Still something Paimon wants to ask you, though.
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea from the fortress, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power to solve the crisis?
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood.
Nenhum dos dragões elementais vivos no mundo, opa, tem mais. No mundo atualmente, inclusive eu, está em seu estado completo como dragão.
They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
Ah, então o mundo era governado por dragão. Pera, primeiro usurpador. Pera aí. A irmã dele foi o primeiro usurpador, né? E ele é o segundo usurpador.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
Interessante. A história se complica e fica mais interessante.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history.
Ah, então você é um dragão falecido. Tá, não é o dragão falecido, não.
In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me.
Ah. Isso quer dizer que como o Zhongli foi pescar e o vento perdeu os poderes, o dragão do vento e o dragão da pedra podem ter essa autoridade de volta sozinhos. Aham, interessante. E a Bal simplesmente tirou as férias, né? Tem isso, né?
Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office.
Oh, bosta.
If you have any more questions
Deixa eu
regarding
mutar.
ancient history, you are welcome to discuss them with me at a later time.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meripede? Paimon is a little worried.
Até mais tarde, né, Valete?
We'll see you another time.
Deixa eu mutar de novo.
Take care.
Tá, ok, barulho resolvido, vamos lá, vamos continuar e terminar isso aqui, tipo. Ou não, né? Essa missão. Nossa, eu tô aqui há 4 horas e 25. Eu parei, era no... Tudo bem que o primeiro dia daria mais 2 horas, então dão 6 horas, quase 8 horas de missão se bobear, tipo. Não vai ter nada aqui não, né, meu ruim? Se tiver outra missão nada, eu vou ficar enlouquecido, né? Tipo. Se bem que eu queria fazer a missão do Sem Mundo, né? Tá com um cara que tem uma missão em azul, né? Talvez seja ela a missão do Aranara. Vai ter isso também, meu Deus, socorro. Tá. Ah, eles são legais, eles foram atrás de mim quando tava dando tudo errado. Humilde eles.
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here, right?
Haha, não.
And here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're telling me you just never left?
We're sorry, but we just had some business to take care of.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to see you. He was super worried about you, you know.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as well?
Então, né? Faz parte. Saúde!
Something like that, yeah.
Perdão, não tenho controle contra isso. Algo assim é.
I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right? Do you think they made it out alive? Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals. Is there? I mean, considering how they always love listening to all my gossip.
Foi uma vez só e esse cara é esquisito, eu não adorei.
A lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Verdade, eles são humildes, mas ainda assim eu não gostei, não vou dizer que eu não gostei da missão, a missão é da hora, na real. A missão foi maneira, mas então, né? O lugar em si foi da hora, bem feito, tipo, a missão em si foi toda bem construída. Com certeza a qualidade de refeições grátis aumentou muito ultimamente, verdade. Sua refeição trarão todos os prisioneiros para o refeitório.
Oh, well, Well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
Oxe. Já que eu como, tranquilo.
Hey,
Será que tem
why don't
gosto
we
de
have a
pizza?
meal with those two one of these days?
You wanna cook for him yourself?
Why not? Good chance to show him what I can do.
Humilde, humilde. Parece que é realmente o final. Vou terminar aqui e sair. Quando eu for explorar o mapa, eu vou começar por aqui, né? Porque teve lugares que eu não consegui pegar o baú, talvez agora seja possível, né? Tipo... Isso, claro, se a missão não continuar. Tá tudo bem, vamos lá, vamos ver. Pelo menos a despedida eu faço com voz, né? Que 2 horas em silêncio, hein?
Traveler, Paimon, you're back.
Não, isso aqui são miragens.
Are you still doing all right? Did either of you get hurt?
Eu espero que o notebook não tenha bugado os comentários, porque tá travado aqui há um tempão, né? Mas enfim. Eu fico reiniciando ele e ele fala assim, travei de novo, te zoei, enfim, Não se preocupe, estamos bem.
We're fine, but what about you guys? It was such a huge mess. How bad was it?
A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervulet paid us a visit. It was all thanks to him that we managed to suppress the crisis for the time being. Of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided.
How did Nervalet know that he was needed here?
Well, Monsieur Nervulet has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water level rises, he can feel the waves produced.
Legal.
I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without a word. I'm so relieved to see that you're both all right. If you're not too pressed for time, please stay with us a few more days.
Então, né? Eu tô com pressa, infelizmente, desculpa.
Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meals prepared. Oh, and please feel free to visit the infirmary for a break at any time. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you were gone.
Eu ainda acho que ele é uma vilã. Eu ainda acho. Ok, tá.
If you can find the time, please stay at the fortress for just a while longer.
Prometo que eu volto pelo menos amanhã. Mas não hoje. Ok, beleza. Até porque tem que ter mais coisa aqui, porque meio que eu fiquei com poucos cartões, né? Tipo. A menos que o jogo tenha me dado aqui alguns cartões, né? O VAR me dá, né? Porque eu tenho 150. O VAR me dá legal, né? VAR me dá. Tem receitas que eu quero comprar e tem uma que é 300, então meio que, né? Falar com o cara, deixa o cara por último, né? Aqui tem o que, tipo, nessa direção? Dormitório, talvez? Talvez. Não sei. Pode ser a entrada lá pro negócio. Isso aí eu descobri não é nada, era só um chão falso. Tipo. Mas na verdade os caras tinham ficado os fatores tinham ficado lá. E é claro que não deu pra escutar porque eu estava mutado, mas eu não fiquei satisfeito nem um pouco em trabalhar com os fatores. Até eu conhecer o pai. Aí Mudei de ideia, Os fatores parecem interessantes, tá? Parei. Eu só quero personagem mesmo, eu só quero mesmo. Somente ela tiver velocidade.
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
A bare-teeth cat?
Well, well, look who it is.
Gato banguelo.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're
E o Hazel
recovering
daqui, né?
nicely, Fremine.
Mm-hmm. Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clarant in person.
Os caras já foi embora, eu acho.
Whoa, how did she react?
Ah, não, ele já agradeceu.
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all.
Não foi bem isso que ela disse, não, mas tudo bem.
She also told me not to worry about it.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We
Ele é
went
mais
back to the
perturbado que eu quando
opera
era
house
novo.
and we met the knave.
You met Father? Did she say anything to you?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
Meio surpreendente.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close, which now might also include you.
Mm-hmm.
Interessante, tá
very capable and also trustworthy.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Lenny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
Huh. That does sound like something that Father would say.
Hey!
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Eu ri um pouco enquanto eu tava mutado também.
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon wants another serving of cake.
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely. Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Tá.
We should start preparing that tea party.
Oh, that's a great idea. I'm all for it.
I'll help you set it up.
Ok. Vai, planeta. Deu uma volta aquela hora, que droga. Parece que um dos chefes semanais vai ser aqui, né? Parece, né? Aquela água vai virar alguma coisa, né? Eu posso descer aqui. Ah, tá. Eles estão parados ali. Ah, agora é aberto. Ok. Ah, então a porta é aqui. Entendi. Aqui é o chefe semanal. Não, pera. Não, aqui é o lugar de coisa que a porta é aqui. Tá, beleza. E aqui é dentro do lugar, né? Não tem como chegar por fora da água, provavelmente. Eventualmente deve ter uma forma de chegar ali atrás, enfim. Não atualmente, provavelmente. Ah, Juriel.
Jurier? Miss Sijween told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh?
Ah, nossa, eu achei da hora ele falando. Por que você não assume logo que são um casal? Não somos um casal. Ah, muito bom. Quando a Mihoy acerta, ela acerta mesmo nos personagens.
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
Estamos bem, obrigado.
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Cadê? Aqui tá. Peraí, que eu buguei.
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't say a word to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
Adorei esse personagem também. É isso que eu tenho a dizer.
Courier, the rumors about us are literally everywhere now. Please do something about it.
But it's not like I caused them by myself. All right. I'll try to do something about it when I can find the time.
Ok, tá. Fale com o Beyblade. É Beyblade. Porque aí, esse nome eu não vou falar não. Eu vou chamar ele de Irelis, né? Aí Beyblade, melhor, né? Beyblade. Espero que ele rode não tá carregado.
Deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
E novamente todo mundo esqueceu do Shade. Coitado do Shade. Ele sempre é esquecido.
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere.
É melhor não.
He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewinne.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Clorand received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sigewinne too?
Também.
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
Pera, por que você tá feliz de ficar na cadeia? Você é louco ou maluco? Tipo, ainda vai rolar comida de graça? Ah, se eu tivesse minha frase, eu falaria muito isso. Ah, que desgraça.
You may access the cafeteria for free. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Volte ao dormir também. Tá, não acabou mesmo. Vou ficar enlouquecido com isso, na real. Cadê? Crise foi revertida por enquanto. Você decide retornar para a Fortaleza Metropolitana para ver como todos estão. Tá, isso.
Your file can't be closed until we've completed your paperwork. So don't forget to come find me again when you're done serving your sentence.
É, passaram metade da sentença, né, basicamente. Mas é claro que isso aqui provavelmente vai parar no meio e vai falar, continua no próximo capítulo, é só uma tradução futura, né? Por que não tá abrindo aqui, cara? Que errado. Enfim. Dá vontade de fazer a missão, o evento. Qual que é o evento mesmo? Deixa eu dar só uma rápida olhada. Eu não vou fazer, mas enfim. Colheita radiante. Criaturas marinhas que deveriam apenas existir em laboratório começaram a aparecer em todas as águas de Fontaine. Ao mesmo tempo, você encontrou um comerciante muito ansioso para perto do porto de Romanci. Rocianari. Onde é isso? Tá, é aqui, não tem como eu ir sem querer, beleza. E sendo do Instituto é onde? Essa aqui é do Instituto. Ah, ok. Aqui é a missão do Instituto, que eu tropecei nela, beleza. Tranquilo. Agora pra essa aqui depois, né? Frutas que não crescem, cultiva a erva do varranço, filho do Gurdan e está angustiado com algo, tá. Tá, essa aqui eu acho que é fácil de fazer, depois eu vou ter que fazer só pra tirar daqui. Acho que isso aqui não repete, né? Eu não quero que ela fique aqui. As outras 3 podem ir embora, né? Tudo faz, né? Beleza, vamos lá. Não que eu não saiba voltar de olhos fechados para esse quarto, mas eu marquei porque vai e continua a missão com outros pedaços e outros pedaços. Seria engraçado terminar também a missão dormindo, né? Você dorme, né? Mas então, quando dormir, o que vai acontecer? Shine, né? Eu não esqueci do Shine. Todo mundo esqueceu do Shine. Eu não esqueci do Shine. Coitado do Shine. Até eu fiquei com pena dele. Finalmente dá pra respirar melhor. Parece que recuperamos nossa liberdade. Pai, tem alguma coisa que você gostaria de dizer? Porque você normalmente só desmaia na cama. E foi fofinho, como ele era dormindo, foi fofinho. E o legal também é que eles fizeram a animação finalmente da gente deitado em cama, porque a gente não tinha essa animação, né? Deitar, não tinha, né? É, ok.
It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just 2 people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool?
Sim, sim. Somos os melhores aventureiros do mundo.
You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here?
Ser uma guia também conta.
Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward.
Haha, eu gostei.
Just our thoughts making Paimon giddy. Paimon's gonna crash, so
Só falta ter que dar também a roupa verde pra ela também, é isso.
the last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was so scary. We should be safe now, right?
Vamos ficar bem, não se preocupe com... Ai, mano. Não fala isso não, que dá dá azar isso aí. Boa noite, pai, mano. Ó, que bonitinho. Se acabasse assim seria maneiro. Tipo. É, mas tem que ter um shine pra atazanar, né? Tipo. De novo, momento, visão. Olha o shine na água, tipo. Ih, rapaz. Shine is dead. Ou não? Shine foi comido. Comeram Shine, é isso. Ou não? Irônico que tá na cadeia. Eles viram uma baleia gigante. Próximo chefe. Baleia gigante. Capítulo 4 de 4. Conclusão. Próximo apocalipse. Ok. Próximo do apocalipse. Essa frase é com o que aconteceu com o chefe. Olha só. Já sei onde vai começar a próxima missão. A gente vai voltar exatamente daqui, né? O jogo deu uma pausa pra gente poder fazer outras coisas, né? Interessante, tá? E novamente o Shine. Por que todo mundo esquece de mim? Ok, tá. 33. Serei um médico, diga 33. Ok. Deixa eu ver. Quanto que foi de resina nesse meio tempo aí? 49, tá. Tem que entregar lá diária. Recompensa de Fontaine. Ah, tá, para a missão, tá. Enfim, né? Mas enfim, então é isso. Um bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite, futuro. Um forte abraço especial para quem acertou aqui. Talvez eu ainda volte com a cotidiana. Não vai estar bem, não. Vou voltar com a cotidiana. Eu vou comer, ver alguma coisa, distrair, enfim. E ver se eu consigo. Pô, até um passarinho quis aparecer. Mas enfim, falou, fui. A missão foi legal. Eu acho que ela não precisava ser tão grande, né? Então, né? Não precisava. Ele podia calar a boca, né? Então, né? Porque assim, no encerramento você tem que falar junto, né? Eu posso desligar a voz dele, provavelmente. Viu o evento e a outra missão, né? Enfim, falou, fui! Cadê a função de desligar o personagem falando? Queria muito, mas enfim, fui!